This is Sybert signing into 0 Hour on the map Vendetta for game number 1 of the third place match for the 2025 World Series. We've got the final 4 all in one video once again, because we're seeing who is going to be taken first, second, third, and fourth of this $25,000 prize pool. More on that in a moment. In the north, playing the blue, he's rocking the GLA demo. This is Lift Truck. And in the south, rocking the red, looking sharp, this is 0 Hour's Marakar. Once the world champion just a year ago, now he's dozer dropping in the first minute. He gets the worker 96% on the demo trap double worker crush, going for the triple. Sometimes the corners of buildings are angry at you, but here in this case, it's perfect as he completely shuts down the supply. Another worker comes up, not actually building, grabs the supplies instead, and the spy drone gets its wings clipped, but that's 4 workers shut down, the demo trap delayed, and 5 workers put on pause for a few moments there as Lift Truck gets bullied in the first couple of minutes of this game. Hellfire drone on a Humvee, even more harassment. The demo trap spotted out on the left side, so Marakar goes to the right side. Beacon getting deployed, second demo trap gets spotted. Marakar wants to start with some early plays, some early aggression, and it is paying off in spades here for him on the south side. Technical going to be moving forward. Laser lock comes in. That's going to be 2, 3 dead terrorists on the front line. No, one of them gets through, but only one, as Lift Truck does some big damage to that war factory, but it's just not enough. Hellfire drone, not enough firepower, but the scrap is denied as the Humvee and the drone both get cleaned up there by Lift Truck, finally getting some damage done to the USA player. Demo trap has been spotted out. He beaconed it immediately, and there's the spy drone to reveal it. More Humvees and an ambo packed along. Marakar actually managing to get out a pretty decent army despite his early commitment to that aggression. He's now got 4 Humvees and an ambo with a couple of missile defenders packed along as well. He's cautiously moving, wary of another demo trap waiting for him around a corner, but he's finding nothing, so their Humvees are all grouped up. The ammo got left behind over there as all of the technicals going to be engaging. Terrors will be too far away to actually take part in this battle as the technicals, they actually get the win there. There's only 2 Humvees left, but they have the missile defenders inside of them, and the scrap will be denied. The terrorist gets killed off, never able to close the distance. Lift Truck trying to set up a 2-pronged attack there with the terror and the technical moving in from the back side of those Humvees, and then it just didn't work out. Marakar wasn't close enough for the detonations to come through, and now the missile defenders in the middle of the map, giving Marakar a little bit of vision, a little bit of map presence there, and the technicals moving forward. Firebase will fire the first couple of shots, and there's an airfield here, so terrors could be a big problem. It's 2 RPGs. He's just going for the harass of the Chinooks, and the airfield has been spotted. I don't believe that Comanche has also been spotted. Tunnel network coming up here on the left side of the map. Tunnel network also coming up here on the right side of the map, as the middle of the map still sort of under the control of Marakar there, and that tunnel network will be shut down. The denial comes in as another beacon gets deployed. Another demo trap has been spotted, and Marakar, these first 5 minutes, 4.5 minutes, have just been nearly perfect as a tech moves out onto the right side of the map. It looks like it's been spotted. Marakar brings everything back home. Missile defender going to be just killing off a lone tech in the middle of the map. That's going to be 1 for the record books as a worker gets denied there, but so does the Comanche, and the stealth Comanche would have been lovely, but this is a dead war factory in the south. You always wish, if you're playing a non-USA Air Force general, that you wish you had the stealth Comanches, but no such luck here. as the Firebase not able to reach the technical there in the corner. War Factory snipe, amazing by Lift Truck, managed to find the angle in. Another demo trap gets cleaned up there, and tunnel networks have actually been established on both sides of the map now. Lift Truck for the first couple of minutes wasn't able to get a single tunnel network near the middle of the map, let alone on the southern half of it, on the USA side of it. Now he actually does have a little bit more mobility, a little bit more maneuverability, and a dead dozer. No, he doesn't go for the dozer. He's diving deep once again. The technical has 3-4 terrors inside of it. He goes for the split. Both buildings go down. The supply gets eliminated, and it's a 1-2 punch as the second supply gets targeted. All of the Humvees are somewhere else on the map. A couple of Rangers moving their way over to the left side of the map. Humvees being denied here in the middle. It's an all-out brawl, and Marakar is starting to take that critical damage. Another Humvee going down. That's a fully vetted heroic technical on the front line here, as more technicals picking up scrap here. Missile Defender's going to try and trade back as many as they can. The Ambo stands alone as another Comanche moves in. The Missile Defender's getting as many shots as they can, and the building gets taken over, but Lift Truck gets the big victory. Double kill on that War Factory. This is now $6 grand worth of War Factories that have been constructed in this game, and yet there's only one War Factory in this game. Another technical moving out, gets spotted. That's a lot of terrors just to get gunned down from the sky. Throw the TNT up and just hope that you can hit the Comanche, but it is not enough. Lift Truck has fully stabilized. He is now on, well, what should be 4 supplies here with the middle of the map. If he grabs an oil derrick, he'll be in an even more comfortable spot. We'll see how long these supplies last if we have some Humvee harass coming in, but I'm not actually sure that Marakar has spotted anything on the left side. Terrors come in. That's a dead oil derrick. Marakar grabs the oil derrick, and then it gets denied just a few moments later. Tunnel network going to get pummeled down here. That's going to be one dead tunnel, but the left side is untouched. He's still sitting on a very comfortable 4 supply, and this supply may be about to be shut down. We'll see if the Humvees actually press down the hill. You never know what's going to pop out of that tunnel network on the defense. Oil derrick capture coming in once again. The Ranger going for that. Terrors moving in, maybe inside of these technicals. Is he just going to try and gun him down? Denies the oil derrick capture as well. The technicals get pushed away. Search and destroy finally initiated 8 minutes into the game. As that finally comes online, these Humvees are going to be better than ever before. Another Ranger pops out. Another oil derrick capture underway. An additional arms dealer coming up. Another War Factory for the GLA player. And USA has finally stabilized as well. Marakar, Firebase on the left side, tons of RPG troopers as well. Battle bus now out on the field. Can it get shut down, though? The answer is no currently. Oil derrick does get captured. Marakar making sure that the GLA economy is not the one ahead. Double oil derrick capture for the USA player. And of course, one of them got cleaned up a little while ago, so he's only got one left to his name. He really needs to shut down one of these expansions, the one on the left or the one on the right. But as the GLA gets further entrenched, that becomes a harder and harder thing to do. Neither player has ticked over to the 3-star rating just yet. We're waiting for that for Marakar. We want to see him go up to 3-star, get himself some Warthogs out onto the field to be able to burst down these GLA positions. And similarly, we are looking for that demo Rebel surprise to eventually come online for the GLA player. Both players must be close to it, as we have tunnels getting clobbered here. Rocket buggies out on the field. They don't have the ammo upgrade just yet. They don't have AP rockets either, so the Humvee will take a little bit of damage there, but only one Humvee goes down. The death ball is building for the USA, and he's now going to be adding on another laser turret. Bomb goes off. Tunnel network goes down. The Aurora bomber finds one hit, but no real kills as the particle cannon comes online. Another way to try and break open these GLA positions. There's going to be the extra ammo for the rockets. And nope, that's a GLA demo Rebel surprise. Goodbye to all of the Humvees as the entire army, the entire ground army of the USA just gets evaporated in one fell swoop. Bus shows up. He doesn't care that he doesn't have a Gamma rocket upgrade. He is still going to be bursting down those Chinooks. No problem. Laser turrets will get a couple of kills there, and the Aurora comes in for a blast as it leaves. Rocket buggy or rocket bus not in range to be able to do any damage versus that Aurora. And the USA player and the GLA player, they were both thinking, maybe I need to wait this one out. But now that the particle cannon is online, it gets a lot easier for the USA player to wait it out. With 3-star general ratings across the board, we have got those upgrades coming up as well, or those one-clicks, those support powers that are so critical to being able to be mobile on the map. It gets a lot easier once you've got those abilities unlocked. 2.5 minutes on the particle cannon. Jarman Kell helping to clean up these buildings. Aurora comes in, gets caught, catches both of those rocket buggies, and the quad cannon not in a position to deny that, so goodbye to those rocket buggies. Triple laser Patriot on the high ground. This oil derrick will give, basically an infinite amount of money as Colonel Burton moves out onto the left side of the map. A couple of demo cycles come up, taking a Humvee with them. Nicely done there by Lift Truck as Marakar. He's just holding up the defense. Rangers with flashbangs on the high ground. Going to be denying a little bit of the economy of the GLA player. 11K economy for this GLA player. In the back line go the Warthogs. They have found one of the markets, and that cleans up a little bit of the income of the GLA. It's going to be a 1-2 punch for these black markets. That will cost a bit to reproduce. Worker goes for the kill on Colonel Burton, denies him from doing any more. But in the middle, this battle bus is now into a bunker as it gets caught there and will be frozen in time, frozen in place. Colonel Burton plants the bomb, and he gets the payoff despite being in the grave, as that black market will go offline for a moment there until the rebuild comes through. 4 laser Patriots on the high ground. This expansion has been completely shut down. Marakar keeping even pace with the GLA economy in terms of total resources gathered, as both players have been fighting back to back, or fighting back and forth tooth and nail. They have been staying even in a lot of ways. The big death ball of Humvees ended up getting denied by the GLA demo Rebel surprise, and Jarman Kell will now be eliminated. Comanches out onto the front line. Rocket Buggy's going to try and snipe some of those Humvees as they leave, but the Comanches are looking to dance. They want to try and catch those rocket buggies out of position, and it won't happen just yet. Quad cannons in position. They're going to trade back with the Comanches. If the Comanches commit into the attack, then they will go down. Particle cannon ready to go. Can be used to clear out some of these buildings, or could be used on the left side. No, it's going to be on the palace, on the supply, and on the arms dealer as the rebuild happens basically immediately. Gets all 4 buildings. That tight cluster of GLA buildings won't be saved by the GLA hole underneath. Everything gets wiped off the map. That was a lot of cash down the drain for the GLA player, and a little bit of income gone as well. One Patriot will be cleaned up, another Patriot online. As the Comanches move into position, they just give their lives as the quads will go down. The Auroras are the heroes that get the kill. Rocket Buggy will go for the snipe on that pilot. No escape for the USA player there. And these supplies have pretty much been entirely captured by the GLA player. 2 more Comanches being cleaned up. Humvee now on the side of Lift Truck. The snipe from Jarman Kell 2 minutes ago finally paying off here as the War Factory back online. Another War Factory coming up there in the middle of the base as well. Both players trying to dig in deep and hope that they can win out in the long term. Only one particle cannon just so far for the USA player. He must be pretty much on supply drop zone only kind of duty now. 1, 2, 3 supply drop zones. Power plant coming up as well. Auroras move forward, take a little bit of damage, but the quads end up going down. Missile defenders there, and this oil derrick is doing big, heavy lifting for the USA player. That consistent income as the rest of the supplies have pretty much dried up. The easy access to supplies is gone, and even this middle of the map contested supply on the left is now gone. A little bit left here for the GLA, a little bit there on that dock. Everything over here has been cleaned up. Spy drones being deployed. Most of them get spotted over time, so Marakar has lost his eyes in the sky for the most part. Warthogs coming in, looking for perhaps another black market here on the front line, as he's going to bust the one in the back line. Aurora is coming forward. They're going to clean up another tunnel network, again forcing the GLA player back a little bit further every time. Workers get sent a long way off. They end up getting caught. They end up getting killed as the supply drop zones, they're in a cluster on the right side of the map. Pathfinders finally making their way out. That's not a fourth supply center or drop zone. It's another power plant coming up as both players just looking to hold the line for as long as possible. The particle cannon hoping to be the win condition for the USA player. Meanwhile, 5-star general status hasn't ticked over for either one yet, so they do still have a little bit more time to wait until they get those final power supports online. Those final support powers can be absolutely massive here. Both Auroras not able to do anything here as the battle bus goes deep. A dozer will end up going down. Not a huge loss there as the Auroras go down on the deck, and the battle bus, one Aurora goes down, the other one looking to land as the quads push forward. Humvees have to jettison out some of the missile defenders. Pathfinder trying to avoid detection here as the battle bus moves back in. That's another dead Aurora, and that's going to be a wasted airfield as well. Battle bus will manage to escape, can even pick up scrap on the way out if he wants. Humvees moving into position as the quads have all gone down. The rocket buggies are kind of left exposed and in the open. Battle bus moving in, chasing away those Humvees, pushing them from the front line, and the battle bunker now online as the Pathfinder moves forward. Will get spotted. The Humvee from the GLA playing a little bit of defense there, and the rocket buggies end up going down. Comanche's trying to move into position as another particle cannon fires off, finds the black market, finds the palace, looking for the war factory and maybe the tunnel network as well. Meanwhile, on the south side, the rocket buggies have pulled back, but they are still an active presence. They're going to find another Humvee, another kill there, as lift truck slowly chips away at Marakar bit by bit, piece by piece, and the leaflets or the air bomb coming in. It is going to be the level 5, the leaflet coming in as Marakar has ticked over to that final general power, and lift truck has not. Spectre gunship comes in, will clean out one of the black markets, cutting down that GLA income just a little bit. Rocket buggy's taking a bit of damage there. German Kel does get revealed, but nothing is nearby to actually snipe him. No Pathfinders online to get the kill on the German Kel. And there's going to be another quad being eliminated. Oil derrick protected well in the north. The economy of the USA player pretty much clustered on the right edge of that map. Firebase coming in as well. Both players trying to do as much as possible with as few units as possible. And the missile defender shots land true, but the Anthrax comes in. Dozer will be killed off here on the front line. It's a race to finish up that Firebase as the surprise comes out and gets shut down immediately. That was maybe not a great place for the surprise tunnel network to come out. Rocket buggies looking for the angle in. Marakar, he survives that 1-2 punch. The Anthrax bomb and the tunnel network surprise both getting almost nothing there. But the demo rebel surprise might find this group of Humvees. Quad cannons moving forward once again here on the left side, supported by those rocket buggies. Aurora's moving out in the middle. No, it's another Warthog strike as the mother of all bombs misses this army. Moab doesn't find much to do. Another black market, it looks like, got cleaned up on the other side of the map. Marakar, showing that USA can dig in deep and be difficult to root out, as the GLA has more places on the map under his control, but he's not able to actually cut in to the heart of the USA base and do anything about it. A couple of combat cycles moving forward. These are demo cycles as well, looking to drive into the heart of this Humvee pack. Marakar slowly losing more and more Humvees. He gets both of the combat cycles. He denies the terrors from their position, and the quad cannon's going to be getting picked away at. Quad cannons turn around to try and engage. Tunnel network not online to bring any reinforcements to the front line, but it will be 2 rocket buggies from a bit further away, slowly making their way forward. They snipe 1 Humvee, but the pilot manages to escape. Comanche's not in position to punish those rockets, and it will be the Stinger site that actually gets a kill on one of the Comanches. So low on health was that Comanche that he wasn't able to do anything. He just died immediately. Humvee's moving forward. Hero Humvee on the front line. Missile Defender going to trade back with at least 1 of these rocket buggies. Might even get 2, as the laser lock is good. 1, 2 go down right on the edge there. Didn't manage to get inside of the tunnel network. And the Missile Defender will maybe eventually get cleaned up there. But Particle Cannon is ready to go again. Marakar slowly but surely chipping away at the GLA. The spy drones getting the reveal there as this Humvee force moves forward. We needed a good 1-2 punch once again from the GLA to shut down this Humvee army. Every rocket buggy that goes down is irreplaceable until that Palace comes back online, and Lift Truck just doesn't have the cash on hand. Immediately, the sneak attack tunnel gets shut down. The microwave tank says no to that sneak attack, and there's going to be the demo rebel surprise on the other side. Goodbye to the sneak attack tunnels. The Comanche comes in. Spectre gunship will cross the map. The 1-2 punch of the GLA has once again been called in, and the Spectre, if the position is perfect, no, it looks like he can't deny that Palace. He will once again get the kill on the black market. But if that attack circle had been a little bit further to the south, he would have actually denied the Palace construction immediately by the GLA. Instead, we've got less than 3 minutes on the clock until the next particle cannon is ready to fire at this Palace once again. Marakar with a decent number of Humvees. The rebuild always has to happen after that demo rebel surprise just pops everything in one. Leaflet might actually land on the army this time. Let's see how the position is. Rocket buggies might get caught. That's a shutdown. Both rocket buggies. Jarvankel is here to save him. A quad cannon as well. Jarvankel gets a snipe off, and the combat cycles come in. Marakar almost brought into a trap, and Ambo pays the price, but the quads are all that remains. The Palace should be back online now as Jarvankel runs for the hills, trying to wait for the timing on another snipe to come out. The tunnel network will be denied just as it finishes construction. It gets shut down, and the GLA gets pushed a little further back. These Humvees are ready to rumble as the quad cannons get tagged right on the edge of range there. Jarvankel dangerously close to going down, does survive. Into the tunnel he goes, and Jarvan will live to snipe another day, and that's going to be a dead Humvee. Couple of missile defenders as well getting eliminated right on the front line. As the tunnel network goes down, so does the heroic Humvee. The USA forces getting a bit thin there, but the GLA doesn't have the artillery numbers to be able to just punch through those units. As soon as the GLA loses the artillery, their ability to chip away at the USA infrastructure gets so much harder. And Marakar has done an amazing job of trimming the herd, of culling those rocket buggies. But mostly it's been culling the Palace, stopping the rocket buggies from being constructed. And another shutdown of this tunnel network. The microwave tanks are just ready, willing. They're just ready and waiting to go. Anthrax bomb will not land. The deny is perfect. The Humvees move into position, and they get the perfect shutdown. Marakar once again denying the 1-2 punch of the GLA, but we all know the real 1-2 punch is the demo Rebel Surprise, the instant detonation of all of those Rebels onto the front line, and that is what will kill off the Humvee Death Ball. Quads moving in, 2 rocket buggies here to support, so they can work away at the Humvees as they move in to defend. This might be a dead strategy center as well. Quad cannons go for the target. Particle cannon is ready to go, but that's going to be a dead strategy center and the dead supply as well. Fuel air bomb. No, it's the Moab moving into position. Catches almost the all army, but it misses most of it. Palace once again denied. War Factory will be the second target as well. Both get burned down, but the rocket buggies have mostly escaped. 1 or 2 of them getting caught by the Moab with the quad cannons. And the rebuild has happened yet again. The rocket buggies, just as the palace is being cleaned up, they managed to get back out on the field in good enough numbers. Humvees looking to move in. Can they actually trap these rocket buggies against the edge of the map? And the answer is no. The quad cannon's going deep, looking for the kill on the particle cannon, looking to shut down this war factory as well. Marakar has units just about everywhere, but he's also getting caught and killed just about everywhere. As the quad cannons move forward, the power plant being targeted, the power about to go offline as the quad cannons find the damage deep in the enemy base. The Spectre gunship has to be called in defensively. He catches one of the quads, but the others get out of range as the Comanche goes down, and the ambo is the only thing left on the ground to try and stop this GLA force. The USA player has so much going for him, but 2 quads fully heroic sneak into the back line and do massive damage. The rocket buggies are going to follow up, 2 Humvees at a time popping out as search and destroy gets reinitiated by the USA, and the supply drop zones get cleaned up. Everything is open and exposed, and it's only 4 GLA units tearing down the entire American economy. A sneak attack tunnel onto the back line. This time there's no microwave tanks to shut it down as workers run forward. The detonations come through on top of the war factory. A hero Humvee stands alone, stands tall against everything that the GLA has to throw at him, and Lift Truck fighting it out tooth and nail from behind oftentimes, but he will not be stopped. Marakar gets the miracle kill on both of the rocket buggies and the quad, and the missile defenders come online one last time to kill off that quad. The Warthogs and the Spectre gunship used defensively to save the USA player. Particle cannon is here. Jarman Kell going for the snipe. Worker is present as well. Worker gets denied. No easy cap of that Humvee for the GLA. Spy drone comes in, but Jarman still manages to escape. Both players absolutely taxed by the last few minutes of the game, playing with virtually nothing on the field. Fuel air bomb, or leaflet strike rather, going to be coming in, hoping to shut down the GLA, hoping for a lucky catch. Misses almost the entire army, gets the shutdown on the tunnel network. So that will be denied. The Humvees have been produced consistently. The rebuild happens, but the missile defender's not always present. There's the kill. Ranger and a missile defender inside of that Humvee, and there may not be a worker to jump inside of that Humvee, but the quads push everything else away. Lift Truck showing us a phenomenal game number 1 and why he deserves a top 4 finish, maybe even to be number 3 in the world over last year's world champion Marakar. But it's a best of 15. It's a long series, and game 1 isn't even over yet. As the Humvee comes in, the Humvee gets cleaned up. Particle cannon will be maybe denied here. We'll see if this Humvee is actually able to stop this as the quads move into position. They will hold off for a moment. Missile defenders inside. There's going to be the Jarman Kell bomb planted there as the snipe comes in. Missile defenders get eliminated. Jarman Excal has done an incredible amount in this game versus the USA. Another quad cannon goes down. There's the forced sell-off of the particle cannon, as that is going to be less than 30 seconds on the clock when it disappears from the game. Marakar gets the cash back, but what is it worth this little in the game? One more Humvee to pop out from Marakar. This oil derrick keeping Marakar in this game as another sneak attack tunnel comes in, but what's even inside? 3-4 quad cannons onto the front line. Microwave moves in, missile defenders as well. The dodge and weave, the dance from the USA and the GLA as they try to stay out of range of each other. Jarmankel gets another snipe, another Humvee denied. Double Humvee cleanup here as the missile defenders and the Pathfinders moving in. Only infantry remain as the quad's getting trapped on the USA side of the map. Marakar refuses to give up. The strategy center coming in, and the Anthrax bomb on top of the army. Defend all you want, but you can't defend against Anthrax. The infantry all get cleaned up, but the Humvee manages to evade it right on the edge of range. Are you kidding me? As the ambo clears out the Anthrax, and the quad cannon camps the war factory, goes double vet, and the Humvee gets denied. The war factory so close to being eliminated, as now 4-5 quad cannons are in the USA base, and another Spectre gunship. This fight has been going on so long that the Spectre gunship reset, and now all of the quads are dead once again. The GLA army gets wiped out by the USA support powers. Jarmankel looking to plant the bomb on the command center, or maybe he's just waiting it out. And there's the bomb online. Quad cannon putting out consistent damage onto that CC. Ambo moving forward, will be able to spot Jarmankel. There's the snipe. The Pathfinder goes down as well as Jarmankel goes heroic. Another Pathfinder out onto the field. Moab will be the saving grace of the USA player. 10% left on that command center, maybe less as the Warthogs sent out onto the field. The oil derrick still online, and the black market will be the target. The GLA has survived. The particle cannon has survived all of the one clicks, and Marakar has used half of his support powers in this game, it feels like, just to clear out his own base. Humvee, can it be denied as the ambo moves in? The quad cannons are already here in position. Anyone that pops out is going to have a hard time capturing that, and the GG comes out. Lift Truck puts the first point on the board with an absolutely amazing game number 1. And that is why you don't sleep on the bronze matches when it's players that are this good. When it's the World Series, you don't quit watching until it's all said and done. I feel like that game number 1 might have actually been better than a lot of the games in the semifinals, which, you know, we did have Marakar versus Excal in the semifinals. And Lift Truck showing that even though he's been a top 4 finisher before, that he can absolutely take the, you know, somewhat defending world champion to task with a match. And a long match as well, going past the 30-minute mark. And what a way to start off this series. Now watch as the rest of the games are all like 2-minute matches that just end in like a very one-sided slant. Or tunnel network will be not denied. Dozer does need to be very careful of this demo trap on the right side. Chinook is denying the harvest there in the north again. We saw that in that game number 1, and there goes that demo trap with that Dozer. So a much less successful Dozer here, and of course now the Dozer count is 1, which is why you do see the box in of this Dozer here, and that is a path to victory for Marakar. If he does manage, ooh, Humvee does, is he dropping? What is he dropping here? It is a Humvee inside, no tow missiles, no drone as well, so he will deny the terror, and the second terror moves in, gets the kill. That's going to be another dead Humvee, the first dead Humvee for Lift Truck, and it looks like the supply will be denied again. A little victories here for the USA player. The Dozer gets killed off super early, and now the Humvee doesn't get as much done. Marakar had a much stronger opening in his game versus Lift Truck, but it didn't even matter. Lift Truck was able to come back and go for the win. So here, once again, Lift Truck with a bad opener versus Marakar. And this will be the GLA demo versus USA Laser. Lift Truck really wants to win both sides of this engagement so that he can start off with that 2-0. Demo does come in. Technical trying to escape. Last Terror will go down and trades back for one Humvee. No scrap deny needed as this Chinook is coming back across the map again. Is this a mistake, though? Okay, he was auto-harvesting, so Lift Truck forgot about that guy. He's not dropping off another Humvee. Nothing like that. Is this RPGs or is this demos? It is RPGs. He's going for the kill on the Dozer, but they're kind of getting blocked out of the position here. Can they just go for the detonation on top of this Dozer? The Dozer does get... No, he doesn't get denied. He's got 10% HP or something. He's dropping a firebase as well. Marakar not able to hunt the Dozer, not able to get the kill to shut down the USA build from happening. Command Center won't be coming online. It will be the firebase. Okay, no, he cancels it, so who knows what that Dozer is going to be doing. He could just be going for the ultimate safety play of trying to get the Dozer out of dodge, or he could be going for something truly insane and going aggressive with it. Okay, it is going to be another hunt. The Dozer will not be found, and it looks like the Terrors are going for the split of buildings once again. Everything does... No, actually, the War Factory does manage to survive there, so just the supply gets eliminated. Humvees on the north side of the map looking for the technicals. They've shut down one tunnel network, and then we're going to find one loose technical there on the edge of range there. War Factory now going to be getting shut down, hoping to get the kill early. Marakar has left himself a little bit defenseless here. Tex might actually be able to trap the Humvees against the wall as the RPGs pop on out. This is a lot of Hellfire drones coming down, a lot of laser locks coming out from the missile defenders as every single one of the technical goes down, and Marakar has been defeated. The 2-0 comes out from Lift Truck. And we're on Koju Akawa for game number 3. Currently with 0 points on the board. Once again playing the USA Laser. This is Marakar. And on the other side of the map, playing the vanilla China. We've got Dozers on both sides this time. This is a Lift Truck. Looking good in the blue here as we have USA Laser versus China Vanilla. And I feel like the USA Laser is going to have a much better time in this matchup. So we'll see if this map just ends up going 1-1 with the favor to the USA player. China, you know, it is, of course, always possible to win. The players wouldn't be playing the matchup if it was totally lopsided. They would veto it. So they're both at least willing to try out the China side of this. And sometimes it can be a bit goofy watching USA versus China. But oftentimes the China player does put up a good fight. And, you know, oftentimes is able to win as well. So I don't want to make it sound like it's all lights out for whoever's playing China. There is certainly a good fighting chance for both players on both sides of this matchup. We'll see how the Humvee death ball goes. We'll see how the China side is able to maybe spread out with some Gats and some Dragon tanks. Maybe find some critical damage versus the USA. Gat cannon is coming up in the south. Heavy investment there in the early stages of the game. Missile Defender is going to be taking these buildings. As long as there's no Dragon tanks out, then that is fine for the USA player. Otherwise, the Dragon tanks can make quick work of those buildings. Gats moving forward. Oil derrick will be spotted, maybe even denied here as the troop transport is moving in to defend. Gat crosses the middle of the map, does get tagged by those missile defenders, will be able to fire a couple of shots against those Chinooks. Troop transport does end up getting cleaned up. The Chinooks have to run for the hills for just a moment, and the Humvees are going to chase down that Gat and get the kill. Another bunker coming up here on the front line for Lift Truck. Marakar's Humvees need to be careful of these bunkers, but that's why we see them be so mobile, be always looking for another angle. Airfield in the south. Love the early airfield from Lift Truck, that it's separated out from the rest of the base. He's got the double war factory in the main, and if he's able to do something sneaky and unnoticed for the first couple of minutes with that airfield, that'll give him a bit of an element of surprise. Marakar hasn't necessarily clocked the bottom left-hand corner of the map to know exactly what is in there. Avengers making their way onto the front line. Another gap moving out, going to be steering clear of that garrisonable structure for now. Avenger moving forward onto the front line. The MiGs, they're going to have to trade out at least one of their lives if they hope to get a kill here. Supply center in the south will be denied. Dozer not going to be chased down. Second airfield coming up there in the main base. So the MiGs have definitely been spotted, but they're going to have a strong presence in this game if he goes full build, all 8 MiGs out onto the field. And of course, Black Napalm. We're looking for the MiG health upgrade and the Black Napalm as well. Well, we've got at least one of them. MiG health upgrade hasn't come in, but as 2 Humvees get cleaned up there on the ground, the USA player gets a little bit weaker. Bunkers coming up. The battle lines being drawn north to south here for the China, but he doesn't have either one of the center of the map supplies under his control. So if he draws the battle line there, then the USA player, it becomes about strategically breaking that line in as many places as possible. Possibly just starting in the south and then trying to work their way north, but the USA player can grab the supplies in the middle if the China just concedes that area of the map. Gats walk in. That's just 2 dead Gats. Interesting choice there from Lift Truck. A bit of an early Christmas donation to Marakar. Those 2 Gat tanks. No one has grabbed the tech repair bay just yet, but the oil refinery has at least been grabbed by the USA laser. Ranger might be denied here on the second artillery platform. Not a big victory there for the China player. Lots of Gats out on the map, though, and lots of MiGs as well. Search and destroy now online for the USA. Humvee gets denied. China starting to move out onto the high ground, and no big engagement. I thought the search and destroy was like an arbinger of the battle that was to come, but no. Nope, everybody backs off for just a moment. Both players not wanting to commit in. Of course, the Humvee count is growing, but that Black Napalm, the Firestorm from the China player, is a powerful way to just one-tap a bunch of Humvees. How many airfields does this guy have? 3 airfields out on the field. A lot of MiGs in the China army. Might need a couple of more Avengers to back up the USA Humvees. He does have 3 Avengers here on that southern attack group and 1 at least in the north. Maybe more Avengers on the way. Inferno cannons here. Dozer gets spotted. Gats get tagged. A little bit of damage, but no big fight. Artillery platform going to be attempted again by the USA player. No big victory there. Gat in the south next to that contested supply. And okay, Gat does actually deny that Ranger from getting in capture. Humvees moving in. Inferno cannons looking for the first strike. MiGs not willing to commit into the attack. Laser tank going to be starting the fight off, and ECM will get the shutdown on 1 laser tank. It'll burn down as the MiGs are waiting for their moment to engage. They're going to dive deep. It's going to cost the China player something, and it does cost him 2, maybe 3 MiGs as he burns down a section of the USA Army. Laser tanks unfazed. They move forward, targeting those lasers and shutting down the Inferno cannon, the Gat tanks, as well as the USA takes the high ground and locks in with these fire bases. Lift Truck losing the high ground, might also be losing his artillery advantage. 1 Inferno cannon is still here. Will manage to land a shot. Ooh, not quite enough to kill off the Avenger. Second strike comes in. MiGs. Oh, one of them ends up going down. Laser tank gets the kill on that Inferno. USA not willing to just punch down the hill just yet. The laser tank gets caught by the firestorm. The MiGs come in, break up the big death ball as the USA player gets displaced, but reinforcements coming in, and more importantly, he's holding that supply in the north. Losses can be tolerated when Marakar has 13 grand in the bank and a 4K per minute income advantage. He can tolerate a few losses here or there as long as he maintains that edge. Warthog Strike finally going to be coming in. 3-star general status has ticked over. Additional War Factory online. Oil derricks should be the first target. Listening outpost might be a little bit of collateral damage. Not the intended target, but a happy kill nonetheless. Repair bay hasn't been grabbed just yet. That civ structure will be cleaned out. I guess no hope of that coming back into play as the USA player eliminates it. MiGs coming in. They will be able to burst down this first fire base. Not a lot of rockets fired back at the MiGs. It looks like they all survive. Maybe one. Okay, one more rocket crashes in. Inferno cannons getting caught out in the open. Humvee goes deep on top of that bunker, way up at the top of the screen, and the Inferno cannons will be avenged, or will they, as the laser tanks just drive out. The firestorm didn't really ignite on top of those laser tanks, so the ambo does manage to save 2 of them from destruction. As the Humvee goes deep into enemy territory, trying to kill the MiGs on the deck, will end up getting eliminated himself, and the carpet bomb not able to land as the China player loses that support power. Both players up to General's level 3, and we do have the War Factory online with a fresh supply center being added into the mix. Firebase is back online. Again, the USA player just looking to take over the middle of the map, hold these 2 contested supplies, and maintain the economic advantage. Currently 7 grand total resources gathered, the advantage for Marakar over Lift Truck. Humvee moving forward, hoping to bait out something from the China player. Artillery barrage will fire off. It's going to be, I'm not sure what he's aiming for here, as he is looking to shut something down. Colonel Burton continuing to move forward, hoping to catch the army. I'm not sure what that was. He must have been hoping to catch that army, but I guess an easy dodge for the USA. Laser tanks love to see them. Colonel Burton might just be happy to trade out with this oil derrick, get the kill on that permanent income of the China player. Has he actually gone for hackers? A lot of China players do not go for hackers ever. Basically, the way the math works out is the Humvees move in. The Inferno cannons once again get caught. The MiGs looking for the vengeance again. They find a lot of USA targets deep in the army. 2 laser tanks at least going down, but the rest of the army has survived. Gats getting overwhelmed. Inferno cannons getting eliminated, and the shot gets fired off a little bit late as 2 ambos have survived that fight, and in the south, the second army is brewing as the GG comes in. Colonel Burton says no oil derrick for you, and no hope of winning the game as Marakar puts his first point on the board. And if Marakar wants to win both sides of the matchup to even up the score, he needs to have a dramatically different pace of game from what we saw from Lift Truck. I feel like that was the perfect example of what you expect to see in a USA versus China matchup. USA going for that death ball, slowly building a second death ball of mostly Rockfies. Of course, we did have Avengers, we did have laser tanks as well. But he wants to play it slow. The USA player wants to play it slow until he hits that critical mass and then just slowly chip away. And we saw Marakar holding down the middle of the map. Triple airfield, love the attempt by Lift Truck, but it just was not enough. Faster airfield here for Marakar right in the main base under the nose of the spy drone. Even if you can't see the spy drone, you can count on it being there. It's like a, I don't know, 99 times out of 100. If you're playing a USA player, they have that spy drone there. It might actually be literally 100 out of 100 in terms of competitive 0 hour, how often that spy drone is there. So you can just always assume that your first couple of minutes of the game, until you clear out that spy drone, will be observed directly by the USA player. one of those factors you have to account for as the airfield gets spotted, and it's into the helix immediately here for Marakar. A very different build, a very different style from what Lift Truck tried, and of course that's what you expect. This guy just won with USA. Now he has to play the China side of the matchup. So what is he going to do? The same thing that he just won against? No, of course he's going to try and mix things up. And this Gatlix has now come online. So this is a very expensive flying unit, somewhere in the range of 2,700 credits flying around the map right there. Oil derrick has already been captured, so no easy deny there. But the Chinooks can be pushed away, so there is a bit of economy that can be slowed down. Troop crawler rolls out, and there's going to be a lot of Red Guard to target down that building. Missile defenders are slow at killing Red Guard, so they will eventually clear out that building and make it a little bit safer for the China player to traverse that area of the map. There we go. Missile defender goes down, and that will be the end of the USA dominance up there. Again, very different pace of game now starting out for Marakar. But Lift Truck has by no means been knocked off his game to such a degree that it is unwinnable or a problem. Yeah, he's lost some mining here. Yeah, he's lost a bit of positioning. He's maybe even going to lose a couple of Humvees here as all of the missile defenders eject on out. Laser lock comes in. It's going to be at least one dead Gatlix there. Two dead Gatlixes there. That's a lot of cash down the drain for the China player, and not a lot of dead Humvees on the other side of the map. Marakar moving forward on the south side will end up losing the troop transport to that missile defender, and once again the Red Guard will clear out the building because that's just how it works. Humvees moving around the map. Oil refinery has been captured by the USA player. China completely void of the southern part of the map. He is avoiding it. It is devoid of China units and buildings, whereas we saw Lift Truck go there much faster. Humvees moving forward. This is a lot of Humvees onto the front line. Firebase will be established, and the Gatlix is moving forward here onto the front line. Going to be able to catch at least one of these Humvees, looking for more as he's actually pushing deep into this Humvee army. That Gatlix goes down, and this is a lot of cost to buy the center of the map. Marakar really wants to control the center. He's trying to push the USA back, but he's just trading so many units for it. Tank hunters finally into the building they go, and missile defender may actually get the kill on the dozer there, right on the edge of his range there, but he does manage to get the kill nonetheless. Lift Truck has taken control of that artillery platform, but the Red Guard is looking to change that, as the Red Guard does also get denied, I assume. Okay, yes, he does end up going down there, and search and destroy now online for the USA player. The additional range is very nice for these Rock V armies. Spy drones also present on a lot of these units. Humvees moving in. There's a Dragon tank here. This is a lot of Humvees. The China player has lost a ton of army value over the course of the last 2-3 minutes of this game, and the Humvees are largely unopposed as they step down onto the low ground. They're going to find a war factory right as the Dragon tank comes out. Not enough damage out from this China army as the Gatlix moves in. Missile defenders get the laser lock. Double helix is denied here as they get killed off in tandem, and the USA crushes the China here in game number 4. Lift Truck maintains his advantage. And that takes us to the map Battle Plan for game number 5. In the north, with only a single point to his name, playing the USA superweapon, this is Marakar. And in the south, leading the series 3-1, also playing the USA superweapon, this is Lift Truck. So the Humvee and general vehicle disadvantage that USA Superweapons has, I guess it doesn't really matter here because both players have equal disadvantage in that sense. And of course, because of those spy drones, they are both going for a Chinook drop, and they both know that the other guy is going for a Chinook drop. So this one may be quick and easy, or it may turn into an absolute slog as the dozer gets dropped off in the north. north, and it's just missile defenders in the south. The Chinook is crossing to the other side, looking for that EMP Patriot. No, looking for the barracks as more missile defenders get dropped off on the left side. This is a very different look from both players as Lift Truck manages to get a barracks up and running in Marakar's base. He is looking for that swift 4-1 lead in this game. And the Dozer is hidden behind this hill. Nope, not hidden well enough as the double laser lock comes in and that Dozer gets denied. Chinook going to try and steal some of those resources away as Lift Truck tries to put the pressure on Marakar. Is he actually going to be able to keep the pressure up? Where is the end game for this build as that Chinook gets chased down into the corner and the barracks is now being targeted by Marakar. He's looking to clean up this build, this proxy from inside of his base, and it is 2 dozers to 1 if you're on the side of Marakar. You're liking that feeling. The Rangers might be able to trade out with another unit or 2, but okay, everything gets cleaned up. Both sides of the map are made safe, and no easy quick win in under 3 minutes for either of these players. Dozer for Marakar moving around the middle of the map. Another Chinook going to be crossing over, looking for, I don't even know what at this point. Laser lock comes in, will land on the Chinook, get a couple of extra shots against it as it manages to escape. And, well, infantry running around. Double oil derrick capture for Marakar, so the disruptions to his early game may not mean anything at all if he's able to secure these oil derricks for long enough in this game. And there's a lot of like details and capturable structures placed around the map, even oil refineries there in the corner. But this cluster of 4 oil derricks, if you can lock down that middle of the map, that is a huge amount of economy to boost you, especially early on in the game. One Humvee going down. Laser lock comes in. That's going to be 2 dead Humvees. A couple of Rangers are here for Lift Truck as well to try and clean up the missile defenders and the Rangers of his opponent. But that is 3 out of the 4 oil derricks that have been captured by Marakar. He has that advantage. Humvee moving out to the top right-hand corner of the map for Lift Truck. Now moving back through the middle. Missile defenders will be able to tag that Humvee, and that's going to be a dead Humvee. A couple of missile defenders there getting left behind by Lift Truck, and he will move out with 6 missile defenders just roaming around, looking to cause some chaos in Marakar's base. Humvee drives right past the barricade and back up onto the high ground. Missile defenders will eventually get cleaned up, it seems like. Humvee going down there in the north. Humvee's now moving in. Tow missiles are online for Lift Truck. Marakar not with the same upgrade just yet. He's going for I think a much faster strategy center. He's hoping that the superior range will give him an advantage, but this is going to be a pretty narrow timing as 2 of the oil derricks will be cleaned up here. They both get eliminated at almost the same moment. Yeah, there is a 20-30% difference in their strategy center timing, so there will be a slight advantage for Marakar. I think the window is going to be too small for him to do anything significant with it. Humvee getting tagged by this building on the left. The missile defenders will do a little bit of damage, but also provide that early warning system as search and destroy call out has gone out. And the Humvee actually gets denied from being eliminated there. Does manage to do a little bit more damage to that Chinook as he is harvesting those resources. And Marakar taking damage left and right, trying to lock down the base. He's taken little bits of damage all throughout the course of the first 5 minutes of the game, but he hasn't been knocked out yet. And if he again continues to hold the middle of the map, maybe that will be enough. There's only 1 oil derrick remaining, but he does have both of the artillery platforms, gives him a bit of an early warning system, gives him a bit of a safe place to drive his Humvees while his opponent has to cross over. And there's the second call out as the airfield is being added on as well for Lift Truck. Marakar already has his in the north, a little bit faster on a couple of those details. And oil refinery, I feel like, isn't that a huge advantage for the USA super weapons in particular? because it's an equal advantage in every mirror matchup. But I feel like having it for Marakar is a big, big deal. And, well, the GG comes out. Marakar manages to knock down Lift Truck in game number 5. And as this game gets loaded in, I want to say big thanks to AKA Baloney, Oxygen, Calibro, Findarmer, B Legacy, Anti-Pro, and a whole lot more who all donated to the $25,800 prize pool for the 2025 World Series. Huge thanks to all of the folks who contributed, but also to Jazz and Phoenix for organization and running of the event, for all the folks who came together to make this event happen, and of course to MP3 and CNCHD for uploading replays into the GameReplays.org replay system. If you want to see some great 0-hour, really any Command & Conquer game, as well as some other RTSs as well, if you want to see some great replay action, it's a great place to get them. However, in this particular game, Lift Truck now has to win the other side of this mirror matchup, or everything is made even. Marakar manages to get a couple of wins in sort of quick succession there. Another barracks coming in for Lift Truck. He didn't win 2 games in a row, but he does now manage to get 2 different wins, and he's on the cusp of evening things up. Dozer coming in on both sides of the map. The Chinook lift has happened, and there's going to be more missile defenders on the front line here for Marakar there in the north. The Dozer does get denied. Rangers are already here, so it looks like Lift Truck is getting shut down there in the south, but Marakar hasn't exactly done anything of note here in the north either, and Rangers coming out for both players are going to make whatever play a bit more difficult to pull off. Missile defenders showing up here for Lift Truck. He does manage to get some heavy damage onto that Chinook, but will ultimately be denied any significant kills. This Dozer just going for the crush. The missile defender is denying this entire supply center and forcing everyone to go use the supply center on the left. Now the Ranger finally gets the kill, so I guess this attack is now over. As in the south, Marakar cleans out his base. Lift Truck should be able to do the same. Okay, he's got 2 missile defenders now as he moves out to try and kill off this Dozer, but everything else is safe, so this attack comes to basically nothing as both players are looking to stabilize after the weirdness of that last game, but after the weirdness of this opening as well. As things are stabilizing, maybe we're just going to be looking for that traditional Humvee versus Humvee kind of action. Dozer doesn't actually get sniped there. A little bit of eco being denied. Rangers showing up to chase away Marakar's missile defenders. Marakar still has a Dozer running around, though. Really did not think this Dozer was going to last that long. Missile defender gets another laser lock off, and the Dozer of Lift Truck gets eliminated. Lift Truck at 0 Dozers. He is tapped out. And meanwhile, the Dozer of Marakar is still technically alive and kicking. Surely it'll get hunted down by this Humvee. Surely it will be denied. As Marakar, if he's able to just not lose in the next couple of minutes and eventually get out his strategy center, he will have such a huge advantage over his opponent that we may just see ourselves another quick tap out from Lift Truck and another game win from Marakar, which would again even things up, completely max out the score at 3-3. Both players an equidistant from winning this series. Humvee comes up through the middle of the map. One oil derrick already grabbed by Marakar on the Lift Truck side of the map, and the barracks deployed out by, and it's just a GG, yeah. Lift Truck just says, I can't fight it out, so Marakar puts another point on the board, and we are at an even game state headed into match number 7. I hope you're not tired of the mirror matchups yet as we spawn into Shiva's Paradise for game number 7. We have the GLA Stealth in the north. Give it up for Lift Truck. And evening things up, fighting back with everything he's got. This is Marakar. Lift Truck with that phenomenal game number 1. But Marakar with a back-to-back win in the mirror matchup with the USA Superweapon. Now everything is all evened up. Lift Truck needs to get back that momentum that he had from that game number 1 win. That first matchup was amazing, and not so much fun for Lift Truck in that Super Weapons mirror. And now we have an almost mirror matchup. Yet again, we've got a GLA versus a GLA, stealth versus vanilla, as tunnel networks are coming up. And of course, on the map Shiva's Paradise, we do have the additional sneak attack tunnels in the north and the south. So it is going to be tunnels galore. And of course, we've seen in the corner of the map, the tunnels be sort of a medium priority. It's not the highest priority that players get their tunnels up and running there in the corners, but it is definitely a medium priority. Terror's tech's going to be crossing the map. Is it Tech Terror or is it Tech RPG for both players? Looking to shut down the economy of their opponent. Little bits of damage popped here and there as the Rebel does get denied. And the Terror's moving in. I assume it's... Oh no, he's just going for the crush. Nothing inside, just a bare technical going for the crush and going for the kill of those workers. Meanwhile, a couple of RPG troopers going to pop out, jump inside of the building, and it will be a couple of workers spreading around the map as well for both players. Technical did manage to escape for just a moment there, and the scrap should be picked up by Marakar there in the north. The tunnel network hasn't quite been spotted just yet, and with it being that close to finishing, I think it will come online there. As another technical going to be moving in, this time in the north, gets denied completely, as in the middle of the map, there goes Lift Truck. Once again trying to cross, this time with 2 technicals, hoping to find an opening, hoping to find an in. Does he actually have anything packed inside? It looks like he's going for the crush once again, trying to sneak around the backside. Will end up being denied there. Goodbye to that Rebel on the high ground, as the tunnel networks have been deployed across the map. Maybe a few more for Marakar. It feels like he's got a little bit further presence than his opponent, although Lift Truck has that same opportunity. Toxin Tractor will pop on out, cleans out the buildings, gonna try and run for the hills now so that he doesn't get caught and killed, but the Toxin Tractor will be cleaned up. Oil Derrick on the low ground, captured by both players, but Marakar is slower on the supply stash as that finally gets added in as well. Lift Truck with a nice income advantage to start the game off with. Little 4K over his opponent in total resources gathered. Tunnel Network helps get the kill there. Demo Trap coming up for the Stealth General. Couple of friendly surprises. These are presents that you definitely don't want to be opening early, as we are barreling towards Christmas. And both of these players hoping to leave a nice surprise for the other one. A nice explosive Christmas present wrapped up nicely. Tunnel Network will be denied there. Second worker gets killed off there. And this surely must be terrors. Okay, finally we're going to get some explosions as Marakar leaves his terrors to get gunned down slowly one by one. And now they actually move into action. Oil Derricks take some significant damage there as 2 of the terrors did end up getting cleaned up. But a second strike from Marakar may be able to save that. I know sometimes there are some bugs and glitches with unit control in 0 hour. Terrorists might be one of those things that can have some problems, but the RPGs will be able to finish off those Oil Derricks. No attack problems there for those RPGs. That's a lot of quads plus a Toxin Tractor showing up to try and push away Marakar and stop him from doing any more damage. Of course, the Oil Derrick has already been cleaned up. The double Oil Derrick there in the corner. And Lift Truck, where are you going with this truck that has been lifted up to just get shut down? The terrorists way far out in the open. They will be able to get cleaned up here by the technical, getting drawn into the firepower of the quad. All of the terrors get denied. Nicely done there by Marakar. Defends his Oil Derricks, keeps them online for another minute or so that he will continue to have that income advantage, well, just in the oil derricks, because the low ground, the supply stash, has been online longer for Lift Truck, and he is still that same 4K ahead in total resources gathered. So the oil derricks will even that up over time, but right now, Lift Truck's doing okay. He's not crying just yet, but as the game goes on, he might be crying over those oil derricks. As the battle bus shows up, there's going to be a couple of dead quads on the side of Marakar. Battle bus gets converted into a bunker, but he'll just use the opportunity to clear out the middle of the map, shut down that building, deny the worker, deny the RPG troopers from actually being able to set up in that defensive position. More tunnel networks being deployed. Everywhere on the map is a good spot for another tunnel network to be added into the mix. As both players are now on equal income, oil derricks will be a nice advantage if the game goes on long enough. The more of them that are online, that might just be what decides who wins this game. Quad cannons pushing forward. Lift Truck will be able to deny any further pressure from Marakar, and battle buses have now been spotted on both sides of the map. These two oil derricks, still a nice advantage. And Lift Truck does have two. Ooh, snipe comes out as Jarmankel finds a target somewhere on this map. Maybe even getting a kill there to start off this fight. A couple of more quads going down. Rocket buggies are now here. They take fire at that battle bus. They manage to get the shutdown on the battle bus as all of the RPG troopers run for the tunnel network. And Jarmankel just waiting for his opportunity as the quad cannons trade out versus the battle bus of Lift Truck. So close to going down there, but it does actually survive. No tech repair bay for Marakar. He's got the one in his base, but he doesn't have either of these two that are spread out on the map. So if the tech repair bay ends up getting cleaned up, there may be a repair advantage for Lift Truck if he ends up maintaining one of his two at least. And, well, the game has progressed to the palace level of tech, but both players are heavily entrenched. So this still could be a long time before it's actually resolved. Battle buses show up. Rocket buggies looking to fire off another volley. They're hoping their next salvo can hit a little bit harder, but the battle buses go back inside. And that tunnel network survives with just a tiny bit of HP left over. Quad cannon might end up paying the ultimate price there as the rockets smash in, but the battle buses were looking for the surround. They managed to get a snipe with the help of Jarmankel on the battle bus of Lift Truck. Marakar will get an extra couple of kills on exit, a couple of RPGs going down as those rocket buggies get knocked sky high by the rockets of Marakar. Scud Storms coming online, two more being added on for the GLA player as he knows that it is about digging out, uprooting the very entrenched GLA, and Scud Storms are definitely one way to do that. Sneak attack tunnels are another way to do that, but both players are only 3-star generals, so we'll see how quickly they're able to progress along that support power placement. How quickly they can get through all of their support powers, get them all online, get them firing off. Tunnel network will be shut down here. Still has these two tunnel networks on the high ground. Good choice to camo net them so that he does have that stealth on those tunnel networks versus the stealth general, no less. Rocket Buggy's going to be backing off. Scud Storm now online for the GLA player in the north. Blue versus red, but it's soon going to be 3 versus 1. Battle buses once again coming in. The surprise, the bait from behind as they manage to kill off 3, 4, 5 maybe even rocket buggies, and they will trade out versus these tunnel networks. They will deny the third tunnel network from being established, and these two on the front line are hoping to survive as the battle buses claim another 2 rocket buggies right there on the front line. Marakar pushes forward with his massive mob army. That's a lot of mobs being sent onto the front line, and the entire northern section of the map here on the low ground is now going to be under the control of Marakar. Although this tunnel network didn't actually get spotted, so the worker got killed off, but the tunnel network is still there. It has not been cleaned up. Jarmankel running for the hills. Another tunnel network will sort of be denied there, at least slowed down, as this black market gets quickly eliminated, and these AK-47s will rip through anything that they touch. Jarmankel continuing to wipe away those mobs from the map. Jarmankel might actually be sniping Jarmankel in just a moment here, as Marakar moves into position and he gets the kill that really counts. He's still got a couple of mobs running around the map, and he is getting close to this Scudstorm. A Scudstorm advantage would be huge for Marakar as he presses forward. Rocket buggies aren't going to do a great job of cleaning up this mob. They're able to actually navigate around some of these buildings. That's going to be 2 dead rocket buggies, and the quad cannons finally move into position. Lift truck might finally be able to deny this mob. The quad gets cleaned up. Still 2 quads remain. Jarmankel moves in for the snipe, and there's going to be the reveal of these buildings as well. The last quad goes down, and 1 is reclaimed as the Scud gets denied. Number 3 taken off the map there by the GLA in the south. It's now 3 versus 2, less than a minute on the clock until Marakar can fire his first super weapon as he clears out the high ground there, and he pushes further forward in the north. The northern section of the map is slowly becoming under the control of Marakar alone, as he has sent lift truck packing. Denied every attempt by lift truck thus far. There is still a sneaky rebel moving around, so we might find ourselves with a, I don't know what that single rebel could do, but maybe he'll do something. As quad cannon gets sniped, combat cycles are moving in. Is he going to try and grab the quad? No, he might just be able to deny the worker, though, as the mob gets cleaned out. Scudstorm ready to go. Going for the capture in the back of the base. No, going for the sabotage in the back of the base. Saboteurs, not something we've seen a lot of in this tournament. There have been a couple of critical saboteurs as the GG comes out and Marakar adds another point to the board. It seems like Marakar is loving these mirror matchups, or the near mirror matchups. And it did partially come down to the saboteurs being able to get into those Scud storms. I'd completely forgotten about the saboteurs from the earlier game there on Thermopylae. Frosty Fire versus Dr. Uncle. It was a fantastic series. Even though, both of those guys are gone by now, it was still an incredibly entertaining series to see here in 0 Hour. And we have, once again, the mirror matchup. Once again, the first win goes to Marakar. He does now have to play the stealth side of the matchup, so we'll see if he's able to repeat the magic, which would be a phenomenal 4-game win streak for Marakar. Meanwhile, Lift Truck, he now has to do what Marakar did and just even things up. Get himself back in the driver's seat and hope that the next matchup isn't just another mirror. After Shiva's Paradise, the next map that we go to, the matchup could really decide who is feeling good in this series, as we're now close enough that either one of the players could get on a win streak and then just win it all, as Marakar is halfway to the wins needed for the to win the series, to get his $3,200 prize pool versus the $1,400 that 4th place gets. So it is more than double the difference between 3rd and 4th place that these players are going for. Technical going to be... Oh, he's not actually going to be able to drive down there. I thought he was going to be able to get into the worker line and shut down that supply stash, but no, the supply lines stay online. Lift Truck does sort of get denied there. He does get the crush on 4 different RPG troopers, so that was an amazing catch there. for that technical, managing to get some pretty serious damage done. Meanwhile, workers getting cleaned up. Lift Truck finds a couple of good kills there, denies the economy of Marakar by 50% at that one location. The supply line's getting trimmed up, and he's hoping to stick around, but no, he will be killed off there, and the building will deny the scrap, as Marakar won't be able to get that extra advantage there with his units. He doesn't actually cancel it right away, or maybe that's just a visual glitch, but whatever is there does need to be denied and canceled, or maybe he's hoping to keep vision online for a little while longer. Tunnel network will be denied here by Marakar. Lift Truck trying to go for a sneaky tunnel there in the north. Once again, onto this bridge location. Marakar did this basically in the last game as well, trying to take this high ground location. And, well, we'll see if Lift Truck is able to do the exact same thing. Oil derricks being grabbed. Oil refinery actually in the middle of the map being captured by Marakar. Quads moving forward, a couple of RPGs as well, and he has a hero super tech. Sometimes that is just the only thing you need to win the game. Sometimes that heroic unit will do so much damage and be able to outmaneuver and outpace your opponent, but that is the only thing that you need to actually win the game. Scorpion rockets are now done. All of these terrors will be denied. No lucky detonation on top of the vehicles of Lift Truck. No good kills there. Tech repair bay will be grabbed there by Lift Truck. Both players probably just thinking about that sort of later stage of the game. Black market going to be coming up, and there is going to be the Scud Storm started, 20% done by Marakar. Palace hasn't even finished up yet for Lift Truck, so he's actually further behind on the tech than I would have thought. Marakar has a bit of an advantage there, both in the economy and in the tech. He might actually be able to do some pretty significant damage before the Palace really comes online, before any real units are produced with that Palace. And the worker going to be showing up will get shut down by that quad cannon. Battle Bus has revealed itself, but this is now a huge potential timing window with this Scud Storm being 50% completed. The Palace only recently come online for Lift Truck, and he has, of course, not immediately started a Scud Storm, so he is going to be, again, significantly behind the Scud Storm timing of Marakar. Now, the Saboteurs can even things up. We saw that in that last game. It can deny that early Scud Storm from being actually activated, but that is an additional risk you have to play. Terrors get denied. That's several terrors that do get sniped right out of that technical, and one of them does end up going back inside of the technical and does get the kill on the battle bus and on the tunnel network. Will be able to deny that, but Marakar is buying so much time to bring some kind of reinforcements in to help out with this fight. He's got sent a battle bus into a tunnel network. He can pop out to defend this location if he so chooses. Lift Truck gonna try and keep up the pressure. He's got a battle bus of his own, and the Scud Storm has now announced itself to the world. Tunnel network needs to be denied here by Marakar. He does not want to give the Lift Truck this kind of a foothold. On the other side of the map, Lift Truck has his own problems to deal with, as Marakar has that exact same foothold in the mirrored position. Rocket buggies moving forward. The artillery advantage may now be on the side of Lift Truck, despite the fact that he was slower to the tech. He hasn't spent $5 grand building a Scud Storm, so he can spend that on Army instead. And Marakar is $6 grand ahead in terms of income. That must just partially be this double supply. He had the supply in the north and in the south, which is a nice advantage over Lift Truck. Snipe comes out. Jarman Kell manages to find a couple of kills there, but once again, Marakar's Jarman Kell snipes the Jarman Kell of Lift Truck. Both of the oil derricks still alive there in the corners of the map for both players. Lots of the oil derricks from the starting state of the game are still online. Quads are going to pop out. Battle buses will back off. Jarman Kell moving into position can take care of both of these RPG troopers. And whoever pops on out of that tunnel network will get sniped right in the face as well. So Lift Truck decides to take it easy for just a moment, not going to be calling in any units to defend. An angry mob moving out. They've already got their AK-47 upgrade. Rocket Buggy's going to be able to shut down the supply stash in the south. Marakar will not be going down without a fight, though, as he moves in. Triple battle bus. One of them ends up going down, but he gets nearly the entire army of Lift Truck. Only Rocket Buggies left, and they're not an easy match. Once the battle bus closes the distance, you have to maintain that distance as well as you can, and he's just not able to do it as the battle bus claims everything, and he will also claim the GG as Marakar puts his 5th point onto the board, and Lift Truck loses 4 in a row. It might have taken us a couple of games to get there, but we're here on Tournament Desert for game number 9. As we have in the north, playing the China tank, this is Marakar, up 5-3 versus the blue super weapons general. This is Lift Truck. Oh boy, USA Super Weapons versus China Tank. A lot of players do play pretty suicidal when they get Super Weapon, especially in this kind of a tournament scenario where everything is on the line. You're not just playing like a random for-fun game. You really do want to get the win. For now, okay, we do at least have a supply out on the field. We do have 2 Chinooks. This Dozer, where are you heading, buddy? He is, okay, War Factory is up. That's a lot of missile defenders. And, okay, this is both Dozers crossing the map. We might just be in EMP Patriot territory, and we're going to see what we can do. Double War Factory out for the China tank player. Dozer diving into the back of the base. Both Dozers are pretty far away from the front line. Dozers for the USA player. No, like, early Patriots to try and create some kind of area of influence. This is actually going to be a dead power plant. Dozer moves forward. Ambo is here as well. This is a full stack of 5 missile defenders inside of that Humvee. So this is a lot of damage output, and missile defenders might not even be needed on the left side if it's an EMP Patriot coming up. Dozer gets sniped on the right. There's the kill. Power is back online, so Marakar had low power mode for 30 seconds or even less there, as he had slow production for just a moment, and now he's back online, and he's lost a power plant. He's lost a listening outpost. Maybe he's going to lose a couple of these GAT tanks here, but so far this is a great opening for Marakar. First Humvee ends up going down. All of the missile defenders go down as well. What is Lift Truck's follow-up here? What is his plan? Is it just to win on the other side of the matchup? Okay, no, he's got a second Humvee, moves forward, does not get the kill on both of the tank hunters, only gets one of them. And the dance will continue. Dodge and weave. Hope that the rockets can do more than the GAT bullets of your opponent. Those Gatling tanks, once they spin up, the damage can't be denied. Is this just GG? Yes, it is. That's it. Lift Truck is out. Marakar now has to win with the USA Super Weapons side of the match. The map score is getting dangerous, but I think it will even up a little bit after this game. If Lift Truck loses from this position, it will be probably a mental breaker for him. It'll be one of those things that if he loses with the China tank after having that game that he just had, 7-3, one more win for Marakar, that's a terrible situation. But 6-4, much better. And of course, Lift Truck, he'll be coming off of a win as well. It is a China tank versus USA Super Weapons win, so it's not like that game number 1 kind of a win. Double supply, though, for Marakar, so this is no War Factory. This is barracks opening from Marakar. He is still going to be sending out the Dozers. Is it going to be a proxy War Factory on the right side? No, he's actually going EMP Patriot right in the middle of the map. Very, very different styles from these two players, both sides of this matchup. Marakar doesn't believe the full-on, suicidal kind of early game aggression is going to win him the game. And even though it's tough to play out as the game goes on longer, he is going to hope that the game can go on longer. No War Factory just yet. Double EMP Patriot, lots of missile defenders from Marakar. Also going for the oil derrick, and I think he will get it. The Gats are far enough away that they should not be able to deny that Ranger. There it is. The capture comes through. And of course, no capture on the China side of the map. A much calmer early game from these two players. It's actually low power mode, so this Patriot, where's the upgrade on the power plant? Missile defenders get the laser lock. That's 4 missile defenders. This is going to be 2 dead Gat tanks, as the Gat tank does manage to get a couple of kills back, but the power is back online. There's the upgrade on that power plant, and as long as he keeps that one upgraded power plant online, he can keep his lights burning brightly for a long, long time. Well, I guess he's going to have extra space in his electrical grid now that that EMP Patriot has been cleaned up. War Factory finally up and running. 2 minutes, 40 seconds. Classic War Factory timing. But again, with USA Super Weapons General, it's not uncommon to see that delayed War Factory. And that's actually a second troop crawler that was full of units. I kind of thought it was the first one that was empty. But no, this is a lot of Red Guard directly onto the front line. A couple of flashbangs going to be coming out, and the dozer will be denied. Second group of left Red Guard coming out, and they will be able to kill off that Patriot before it finishes building. Barracks will take a lot of damage, and there's the GG as Marakar has been defeated. Lift Truck puts point number 4 onto the board. Everything is as it should be. They both won the China tank side of the matchup. And as we spawn into Thermopylae, we have another nearly mirror matchup on our hands. In the north, playing the blue, GLA Vanilla. This is Lift Truck. And of course, on the south side, playing the red, playing the GLA demo, leading the series, this is Marakar. Marakar and Lift Truck trading a lot of points back and forth. And fortunately, we are not in the danger zone yet. So both players will get to play both sides of this matchup. Whether they like, GLA mirrors or GLA almost mirrors or not, they will both have equal opportunity with both Vanilla GLA and the Demo GLA here on Thermopylae. So we're not in the danger zone. We're not in a situation where one player can end up as like a USA faction versus Vanilla China or something like that, and be in a rough draw and then just lose the whole thing right there. It is basically a GLA mirror once again. Demo, running those demo technicals out around the map, looking for the deep push with terrors or maybe RPGs inside of this technical, or maybe nothing inside of this technical, as Lift Truck sort of gets trapped behind enemy lines, will end up dying there, and the scrap is deployed. It does get picked up by Marakar. Technicals moving around the map. Tunnel networks as well. Marakar going for the right side, deploying a demo trap over there. Tunnel network up and running on the right side for Lift Truck. Double technical crossing back over, and Marakar goes deep behind enemy lines. He's looking for some kind of a denial here. RPG Trooper going to get gunned down here on the front line, and hoping to pick up an extra veterancy status as he runs away. He is going to just barely escape with his life. Lift Truck, do not drive to the right, because of course that is where the trap is set. And well, he does actually end up driving to the right, but it ends up killing off the tunnel network as well. Second demo trap as well. Both of the technicals end up going down there. Some heavy losses incurred for Lift Truck. We'll see if he's actually able to get into the supply lines of Marakar. And it is going to be the trade of technicals on both sides of the map. Marakar moves back out. Fresh technical everywhere on the map. You can expect that there is going to be a tunnel network from one of these players, and one of them just gets cleaned up there. The worker may even be denied now by Marakar as he crosses back over the middle of the map. Economy is here for Lift Truck, but it's of course going to be matched by the supply stash on the right side for Marakar. So Lift Truck is taking that contested supply from the middle of the map and hoping to deny that much from Marakar in the south. Lift Truck will be losing another tunnel network there. Oil Derrick could be the advantage for Marakar. He's got the Rebel waiting, standing by, ready to go. And the other Oil Derrick here on the left side has been captured by both players. Center of the map supply taken by Marakar, nothing for Lift Truck. So the income advantage will be on the Marakar side for the current moment, and we'll see as the game goes on. It could end up being a big advantage that Lift Truck is stealing from these supplies on the left side and keeping the safer supply piles for later in the game. Marakar will be run down here 2 against 1, trying to juke. Will get a couple of the technicals with the terrors, and well, the Oil Derrick is the real prize there. Trying to jump on top of that tech of Lift Truck. He wanted the Oil Derrick, he got the Oil Derrick. He was probably originally aiming for the supply or maybe even the arms dealer, but he ended up getting a pretty good prize nonetheless. Marakar deploying more and more tunnel networks. Should have his own palace coming up. It's already done. Scudstorm on the way. We saw this on Shiva's Paradise for Marakar. It worked out in the GLA versus stealth matchup. He's hoping that it can work out again here as the dam will burst. As the water comes down, the flood might not wipe anyone out just yet, as it looks like the dam still actually survived. So the water is coming through, but it's not actually... Is that quad cannon going to just disappear? He's trying to repair the dam to keep his hopes alive, and the technical just drives through. The RPG trooper is going to be targeting the dam. A couple of more shots will be enough to do it, but the quad cannon is here to deny any of the actual damage, and that is it. The dam is burst, and it looks like everything will be wiped out here. A lot of supplies already gathered by Lift Truck, but Marakar has now shut down that area of the map. And unlike one of the previous games, there weren't any sneaky stinger sites that managed to survive from down there. And everything does get wiped out. Well done there by Marakar, showing us all a good time, even if it's not what Lift Truck would have wanted. Supply stash does get shut down here on the right side, so while Marakar was getting a kill there on the left, well, another kill was coming out on the right side. Where's that combat cycle going? He is going deep on enemy territory, and who's actually loaded up in that combat cycle? Because that looks like Jarman Cal riding a combat cycle, looking to snipe tunnel networks, looking to go deep in enemy territory. And Marakar, what is his actual plan for this Jarman Cal? Like, once he gets goes for the snipe, actually gets the terrorists inside as well. Bunch of RPG troopers now going to be getting caught out in the open. I guess that was the plan for Jarman, just to be chaos, to be a harassment force moving around the map. And he's got that additional movement speed from the combat cycle, gets the snipe on that terror technical, and does slow down and weaken this battle bus push on the right side. Battle bus out for both players. Scudstorm just over 4 minutes for Marakar, and he is hoping that he can once again win out the long game in this near GLA mirror, as Scuds are going to take a while to get online. Battle bus might end up getting sniped here as Jarman Kel heads to the front line. A Rebel is here as well, and there's going to be the detonation from Jarman Kel. Takes down a Scorpion, takes down a quad with him as he looks to deny this push. He looks to slow things down for Lift Truck. And Lift Truck really needs to keep up the pressure, keep up the pace, as the buggy ammo upgrade has already come in for Marakar. He's going to be able to fire off a couple of volleys, clean up most of this army, but the rocket buggies and the battle bus coming in for Lift Truck, they're going to be harder to dislodge. They're going to knock down a couple of these tunnel networks. Workers coming in, going for the detonation, clearing out one of the 2 rocket buggies. The lift truck needs more reinforcements. The battle bus converts into a bunker, and now it will be targeted down by those rocket buggies. Buggies will manage to get the kill. The mob will get the kill that actually lands, but the rocket buggies helped get the health bar down pretty significantly. Angry mob moving to the front line, but quad cannons will cut down that angry mob. They might be able to deny that tunnel network. No, it does survive with just barely any HP, and that's going to be 1 dead buggy on the blue side of the map. The red side striking forward with this artillery, and only 2 quads are here, so the angry mob might actually get the win here as the quad goes down. A lot of the angry mob got cleaned up, but there's still some units left on the field. Jarmankel shows up. Tunnel network will finally be denied. Jarmankel on both sides of the map, and Marakar, he does now spot the Jarmankel of lift truck once again. Jarmankel looking to snipe Jarmankel, and where's the actual shot? There it rings out. A rocket buggy has been sniped, but the GG comes out, and as multiple scud storms come online, lift truck taps out of game number 11. It's now do or die for lift truck. Marakar has put himself in a match point scenario, and he just needs to win 1 of the 5 remaining games to be officially the 3rd best player in the 2025 World Series. He's done it last year. He has been a very good player for a number of years, but that's also true of lift truck, who's also been a top 4 player, and he lost his opportunity to really make it into the top 2 to prove that he's one of the best of the top 2, and instead he's here fighting it out now, down 4-7 for the 3rd place match. But it would be nice to be 3rd place, because I mentioned it does have the prize pool bump, but also it's nice to beat the former world champ, whereas if you get to the semifinals and then you get smoked by Vivid and then you get smoked by Marakar and it's not even particularly close, then it's like, well, I guess lift truck really is a top 4 player, not a top 3 kind of a player, not a top 2 player, not a world champion kind of a player. Demo trap is here for Marakar. Techs are going to be passing each other there on the left side of the map. Maybe also here on the right side. Okay, that technical is going to turn back around. Marakar wants to stop lift truck from doing whatever he is going to do, and there actually might be nothing inside of this technical. No, it's a bunch of terrors, and they all get gunned down on the front line. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, it's up against the wall. It's up against the edge of the map as the terrors try to spread themselves out, and the technical ends up dying to the splash, so there is no way to kill the GLA hull after the fact. Marakar gets the kill on the war factory in the south, chases away the tech in the north. This terrorist got caught, or this technical got caught on the tunnel network and wasn't able to get up close and personal with the war factory, but both players going for almost the same build, going for very, very similar ideas here in this second version of Thermopylae. It is a mirror matchup, and they are mirroring each other in a number of these early game ways. However, a big difference from last game is we have lift truck with an expansion there on the right side of the map, matching that of Marakar on the right side. Another technical swooping in on the left, going deep behind enemy lines. Is it more terrors? And he is going to try and detonate on the war factory once again. And it looks like the technical is going to get gunned down. No, he might actually be able to finish this off. I imagine Marakar will stop him. Okay, there, he finally does kill him off as the tunnel network shuts down a worker in the middle of the map. And this other worker will probably get gunned down by this tech on the left. Couple of shots fired off there, and lift truck keeping up the pace. Marakar managing to get a tunnel deep into enemy territory there on the very southern edge, or the southern part of the map. Is this more terrors? Because he could get a complete kill on this war factory if it is, and there's going to be the deny of the war factory on the south side. Marakar is looking to do much the same. He wants to end the game right here, right now, and end lift truck's whole run in this tournament. That's a hero super tech, out on the field, burning down the GLA forces that are painted blue. But the quads clean up all of the RPG troopers, and it's up to the technicals to try to escape from this point forward. They do manage to dodge most of the bullets from those quads, and a lift truck did manage to disrupt the economy of Marakar there in the north. Everything else gets cleaned up, and there is going to be the kill of that tech. Fresh scrap picked up there by Marakar. He's adding on his war factory once again. He's got a real one over there and a fake one over there, so he can activate that fake one a little bit later, get himself some additional production if it comes down to it. An RPG trooper inside of the building as well. Marakar wanting to shut down this expansion in the corner. He's got himself an elite and a heroic super tech roaming around the map, and he does still have this tunnel network set up very nicely in the middle. RPG trooper gets denied there, and this supply stash just now getting started on the left side. Marakar doesn't want to give lift truck that advantage, but for the current moment, Marakar is the one that is behind in economy. He's roaming around the map. He's got this hero super tech. He's got the elite super tech as well, and that's going to be shut down of the barracks, and they can tank a couple of RPG shots. They can heal up as the game goes on, and more denial of the economy of Marakar. Is down more than 1K per minute in terms of resources gathered. His current income is just not as strong as lift trucks, but we'll see if that persists. He is chosen wisely, and that war factory will once again be denied. It's a full denial this time, as lift truck gets the kill on the critical infrastructure of Marakar. That was the real war factory and the supply. After killing almost an entire supply worth of workers here on the right side, the economy of Marakar continues to be hampered, continues to be limited. His production as well being taken offline for however long it takes for this war factory to get converted over, as Marakar is just producing no vehicles. And if, okay, his war factory is now back online. If he had the cash on hand, it didn't matter because he didn't have the production facilities available. Lift truck now up 2K per minute against his opponent, 10K in total. But how much is a hero super tech worth? We may be finding out as the Toxin Tractor will hand over the last rank, the last chevron of veterancy to Marakar, and he has now 2 hero super techs, which some people would just be GGing out of the game if they saw that their opponent had 2 hero super techs. But we'll see what lift truck can do, because it is do or die for the blue GLA. He has got to play every game out to its absolute maximum, as this tunnel network is coming back to be an even bigger nuisance that lift truck has to deal with. Quads will get the kill, and well, it doesn't matter if you have the better number of quads, because these hero super techs are just so powerful for Marakar. Lift truck on the other side of the map will be able to deny the oil derrick. The terrorists do see to that, and the tech is going to be moving on beyond that. Killing off that war factory did certainly slow things down, did also slow down the palace by quite a bit as well. And he's trying to gun down the fake barracks so that he can get through to the supply line and actually terrorize those supply workers. Quads again standing strong, and well, that's going to be another dead expansion here, as once again the dam is burst and the water comes in. Everything gets destroyed. Marakar loves bursting that dam, and lift truck loves trying to harvest as much as he can from that low ground expansion while it's dry. Marakar with this one tunnel network. If he ends up winning this game, I feel like it'll be because of all of the chaos and damage caused by this one tunnel network. As the Scorpion rocket lands, it doesn't actually get the kill. It's barely not enough damage from lift truck to get the kill on that hero super tech, as another super tech pop will come out, and the Scorpion does actually manage to escape. The damage comes through. Again, it's barely not enough from Lift Truck as Marakar gets closer and closer on the economy front. The army value almost doesn't even matter because those hero super techs have just done so much versus everything that Lift Truck has. The once like 10k of supply value that Lift Truck had, the 10k more resources gathered, doesn't even matter when you're losing that 10k to the same 2 units again and again and again. Finally, one of them goes down. Lift Truck is going to be celebrating that victory as the RPG troopers do manage to escape on out of there, and Marakar wants to keep the attacks coming, keep the damage flowing from the north to the south, as Jarmankel shows up just in time. We'll get the snipe on that tech as well, so he gets the full shutdown, and well, the time of the hero super tech is somewhat limited here, as he's actually just going to chase it down with a combat cycle. He gets the kill. Jarmankel gets the follow-up, might even get all of the RPG troopers. Barely. He misses it as they head into the bunker, and they will survive the sniper shots from inside the building. Lift Truck not willing to throw in the towel. He is fighting it out as long as possible, and Marakar is just slow walking a terrorist all the way across the map. I'm not sure what the plan is here, but we do have the palace online. We do have black markets coming up, and even more terrors showing up. Another dead supply as Marakar has been struggling with his economy this entire time, but the black markets should be able to fix that. Quad will eventually gun down this tech on the other side of the map, and he will also perhaps spot the first black market being established there. Jarmankel on that motorbike roaming around the battlefield, as the buggies will reveal themselves, and Jarmankel can just harass this expansion just by sniping out the workers. We'll see what he actually plans to do here. A couple of RPG troopers slowly making their way forward. Not a great plan, but I guess it is a plan, as they fire a couple of rockets and then they escape back down into the ground where they belong, 6 feet under. Jarmankel biding his time on the front line. Snipe could come through just to get a buggy. Won't risk it. Doesn't want Jarmankel to get sniped out from nowhere. And that's a big detonation, as on top of that demo trap are some demo rebel surprises. A 1-2 punch of accidents as Marakar gets caught by his own trap, and Lift Truck uses this opportunity to open up the front door and shove a battle bus inside of it. As Jarmankel heads to the front line, here's the snipe coming through. I have to imagine he was waiting for the battle bus, and there it is. Jarmankel lands a couple of shots, cleans up a couple of RPG troopers, and the front door is wide open. Battle bus from Marakar is going to try and shut down this attack. There are 2 workers here, so if Marakar does not completely exterminate Lift Truck, he will be depositing a fresh tunnel network onto the front line, and the quads get pushed back. Finally, Marakar shoves Lift Truck out of that front door and slams it shut. The supply stash on the front line gets eliminated. Once again, Lift Truck in command of the economy of this game. The tunnel network is established like 10 minutes ago in this game, finally goes down, but there's 2 more to take its place. Truly, it's the Hydra of tunnel networks, as Marakar now has his command center coming online. No Scud Storms started just yet, but we can imagine that they are in the future, because that is just how he rolls. In this case, he hasn't gotten the same kind of advantages in the first 10-15 minutes of the game that he was able to get on Shiva's Paradise or on game number 1 on Thermopylae. As the rocket buggy is going to be targeted down, there's the snipe coming out. Jarmankel gets the battle bus, gets an RPG trooper as well, and forces Marakar back. These 3 tunnel networks have been the thorn in the side of Lift Truck, and Marakar would not be in nearly the position that he is if it wasn't for those 3 tunnel networks. He didn't even kill off the original one. It's still around. It did end up getting rebuilt. And now Lift Truck just has to try and... Oh, he's building a barracks inside of the radius as well. He's like, you know what? I think I own this part of the map also. I don't think Lift Truck is going to be able to stop me if I deploy a barracks basically in his base. There is just this, like... You can see it on the minimap. There is an area of influence created by these tunnel networks that stop anything from Lift Truck from entering. This is Marakar's part of the map, and he owns it for basically the entirety of this game. He has had control of it, and now he's choking out this expansion into the north. The supply stash came in as a replacement there in the north. Another snipe comes through. Jarmankel going to be able to escape. And Lift Truck finally going to have a big burst of rockets. Maybe he can finally kick out at least one of these tunnel networks as the RPG Trooper goes down, and it's Angry Mob right onto the front line. 4 tunnel networks now onto the front line for Marakar. Okay, finally, one gets eliminated. Tunnel Network is actually going to have a pretty easy job cleaning up most of that. Okay, not with the rocket buggies there, but Jarmankel plus the Tunnel Network basically wasted that entire Angry Mob. So Marakar trying to get an Angry Mob going and trying to clean up some of this front line ends up just losing that mob. Rocket buggies make cleaning up these buildings a whole lot easier, and suddenly Marakar finds himself with his tunnel network advantage disappearing from the front line. He is hitting at the front door yet again as Marakar is going to be targeting down the tunnel networks, and there's the Demo Rebel surprise again on top of the army. The rocket buggies end up going down. Jarmankel gets a snipe off, but it's not the end of the game as Marakar will end up losing everything. He has reestablished himself as owning the middle of the map. Don't give it up. Don't give it up. Okay, there we go. He did get the kill. Finally, he got the kill that he was looking for. Rocket Buggy is going to be able to chip away at Marakar's army. Lift Truck finally killing off those tunnel networks, and now he gets a couple of extra kills as well. But he needs to keep up the pressure. He needs to push this entire front line back. Eliminate the supply stash at the very least. Maybe get a couple of these tunnel networks as well. He's going to be able to burst one down with that Rocket Buggy ammo. He's got that additional firepower, and the Scud Storm is now online here for Lift Truck. It's taken a little while longer, but he's doing to Marakar what Marakar did to him. Angry Mob now here on the side of Lift Truck, out onto the front line. The rocket buggies can't deal with that as easily. I guess they can at range, but as soon as the Angry Mob closes the distance, they will light up those rocket buggies, and that's a quad pop, but that's 4 dead quads onto the front line. Lift Truck loses, gets the kill on 4 quads, loses a little bit of momentum there, but it doesn't matter. With those 4 quads dead, with the tunnel network down, Marakar has a much weaker army. Demo trap goes off. Okay, it looks like it didn't actually claim any targets. I saw that battle bus rocking over to the right side of the map, and I was like, did the battle bus just run into a demo trap? Because that would be a pretty hilarious way to try and get a comeback going, is to send the battle bus and then it just immediately dies to a demo trap. This is so many rocket buggies on the front line. Quad cannons going to be shutting down the tunnel network there in the middle. Jarmankel saving his shots, waiting for the opportune moment. Maybe it'll be to try and snipe one of these buggies on the right side, as the buggies will trade with each other. Marakar is happy to just delay this push as long as possible, and he's got more Angry Mobs on the way. He's got 2 of them out on the field, and he's slowly harvesting from this middle of the map expansion. Marakar down about 25k in terms of total resources gathered compared to his opponent. Lift Truck has been ahead on economy for pretty much this entire game, but you know, Marakar has been fighting well despite that. Battle bus ends up going down. Ooh, battle bus for lift truck manages to escape. Rocket buggy's gonna get caught. That's 3 dead rocket buggies, but the quads get a couple of kills back. 1, 2, 3, and they manage to even the odds. They even get a 4th on exit, but it's traded back for 2 quads as they try to escape. The rocket buggies are just in better numbers. Lift truck, he has the Scud Storm on his side. He has the rocket buggy supply numbers on his side as well. Could even go ahead and sell off that supply stash to open up that part of the map a little bit better. Tunnel network plus the rocket buggies able to clean up that mob, no problem. Jarman Kell gets the snipe. Jarman Kell gets the Jarman Kell as well. And the rocket buggy detonates on top of Jarman Kell to get the kill and deny any more snipes from Marakar. Less than 2 minutes on the clock. The Scud Storm getting ready to fire off. Maybe we'll have another saboteur across the map looking for that shutdown of the timer. Barracks still on the front line. Finally, Lift Truck has been able to take control over this middle section of his half of the map, which for a long time was just dominated by Marakar. Market is coming up. More and more economy coming online for Lift Truck. He's going to get a free volley or 2 at this angry mob. A couple of workers end up going down, but he ends up trading 2 for 4 actually because of the demo workers. Angry mob versus angry mob, but one of them has the support of some rocket buggies as well. Angry mobs can be a little bit glitchy on units, and there is going to be someone out on a cycle. Is he actually? I think this is a saboteur looking to get the shutdown on that Scud Storm. Less than a minute on the clock. 2 saboteurs over onto the left side of the map, and there is a demo. There's a terrorist there as well. They go right past the front door. They do get spotted. RPG troopers. There's actually Jarman Kell going to be clearing out the Scud Storm, or clearing out the Stinger site. Less than 30 seconds, and that was an attempt to blindly get the kill on that bike. It doesn't work! And with the saboteur dies the hope of Marakar shutting down the Scud Storm before it can fire off. I don't think Marakar is going to have another opportunity like that to shut down the Scud Storm, so we'll see what the target is going to be. If there's one last... Well, actually, the Scud Storm, you know, sometimes we do see it sit around for a couple of minutes and not actually do anything. But no, the GG comes out. There is going to be the sneak attack and the GG. So Lift Truck keeps his hopes alive in this series. And that sends us to Black Hell for game number 13. We're getting dangerously close to the ace match of this series. A best of 15 going the distance. In the north, playing the red, this is Marakar. He's rocking that vanilla USA. We'll see how happy about that he is, because playing the vanilla GLA, he needs your hope, he needs your help. This is Lift Truck. He is lifting with both legs, lifting with all his might, and fighting against the kind of reigning world champion. I mean, at this point, he is the reigning world champion in like a technical sense, but not in a meaningful way now that he is here in this match. But GLA versus USA, and there's going to be the shutdown of that spy drone. So nice and quick there. Only a minute 20 that the spy drone got eyes inside of the GLA base. And now, will Lift Truck just try to spread himself out as far as possible, or is he going to be going super, super aggressive? We shall see. Humvee is out, roaming around the map. Another Humvee getting loaded up with missile defenders. Dozer has been spotted, so this will be one Dozer denied. There is still one Dozer back at home, and killing off the Dozers doesn't even mean the end of the USA player. It just does sort of slow things down. A power plant will block in that Dozer, and Lift Truck was trying to go Dozer hunting, realizes he can't actually get it, so he backs off. I don't know what was inside of that technical. It might have just been RPG troopers, so he might have just been looking for the kill on the Dozer and then realized, okay, I'm not actually going to kill any of these Chinooks. I'm going to get out of town with as much value as I can. Okay, at least a terrorist inside of there. Supply stash coming up on the left side. Tunnel network can be built on the right corner as well. Lift truck. Good opening. Nice spread of units. And now phase number 2 needs to enable, or needs to engage. He needs to stop the death ball from rolling. He can't easily get in to kill that dozer. It would have to be a 2-pronged strike where the first terrorists clear out some of these buildings, and then the second wave of the attack actually kills off the dozer. Humvees moving over into the left side. This is perfect by Marakar. He's going to catch these Humvees, or these techs, before they actually close in on the base. One Humvee traded back. Missile defenders versus these RPG troopers, and the ambo goes in for the crush, gets a couple, and will allow the Humvees to re-engage. But this is perhaps the distraction. It's the real attack on the right side. Nope, it's just a couple of terrorists going for a power plant. Low power mode for Marakar. He sold off the power plant so that he could get the strategy center up and running, but now the power plant has to be rebuilt inside of this cluster of buildings, an extremely tight and important cluster of infrastructure there for the USA player. Marakar getting his strategy center online after his power plant finishes so that his production can resume full speed. Lots of technicals moving out on the left side. They may actually be able to catch these Humvees. Missile defenders inside of at least some of these Humvees. They will be able to pop some of these techs before they get into the fight. Where are the where are the RPG troopers? Where's anything from the GLA? That was just a lot of dead techs. Just trade it back for one Humvee. But the ambo is going to be keeping everyone else healthy. Techs moving out across the map. 3 technicals moving in from various locations. One gets shut down, but where's the real one? As he moves into position, laser lock comes in. What's inside? 4 terrorists on top of the supply center will get nothing. No! Lift truck fails the check, and he doesn't get the supply center. He doesn't get the strategy center.
Search and destroy.
And things just got a whole lot harder for the GLA. He's still got a solid economy underneath him, but he hasn't stopped this Humvee death ball from growing, and now he's got the additional range to worry about as well. Command center coming in front of those buildings. Might as well be a body block, but the dozer hunting season is about to end. Double technical on the other side of the map, moving in. Missile defenders in position. No, it's a couple of Humvees. Missile defenders inside will get the deny, and that's one attack stopped, and now it's inside of your base. A whole bunch of Humvees camping out. They brought tents. They brought s'mores. They're going to be setting up a campfire, and it's your buildings that are the fuel. He's going to have to try and rebuild somewhere else. If he can't kick this army out in the next 5 seconds, he's going to have to find a new base to start this game over from. In the back line goes a technical looking for that critical kill, but this army will not be denied. Marakar forcing the sell-off of Lift Truck's War Factory. The front line collapses as the War Factory gets killed off. The supplies now exposed. It's a big move of technicals into the north. Missile defenders peeling for this USA base. Everything goes down. Lift truck is not able to cut through the front line. The defense is too strong. As the second wave of technicals shows up, the GG comes out, and Marakar gets the win in game number 13. Lift truck will be cemented in 4th place. Still a good showing from Lift Truck, and Marakar proves that Excal can take him down, but everyone else, it's not so certain. A big congratulations to Lift Truck, a big congratulations to Marakar for making top 4, but let's jump into the grand finals. And that sends us to the grand finals, the final best of 15. In the World Series 2025, kicking it off as the Purple USA Air Force. This is Excal! And in the South, coming up after defeating Lift Truck, give it up for Vivid! Vivid versus Excal. the finals that some people were definitely predicting, and I feel like we got the best version of this finals. If it isn't going to be Excal versus Marakar in the finals, Excal versus Vivid is the next best matchup. And we've got it here. We got the semifinals all out of the way. We got the bronze match all out of the way. And Excal gets to start off his 6th consecutive grand finals appearance with his favorite faction, USA Air Force, here on Blossoming Valley to kick us off this best of 15. We did just get to see a nice best of 15, and we can hope that we go the distance in this one even more than the matches we had in the bronze, because Excal, as I mentioned, is a 6-time consecutive finalist now, but Vivid is no slouch either. In fact, he's going to be starting off with an explosive beginning, knocking down the supply center there in the main base. There is still this one off to the left with the dozers hidden away a bit on that side. Tunnel network potentially coming up on the far right edge of the map, one already present there in the middle. No quads to deny this capture of the building, and the worker might be gunned down as well, but the tunnel network will finish off the building. As I mentioned, Vivid is no slouch as well, because in 2020, 2022, and 2023, Vivid took 4th, 3rd, and 2nd place in the World Series. So he has gotten every spot in the top 4 except number 1. Meanwhile, Excal has gotten only number 1 or number 2. Every time he shows up to the World Series, he's making it to the finals, and he is either taking home 1st or taking home 2nd. And he has a better record of taking home 1st. Toxin Tractor going to be clearing out a couple of these buildings. Tech's going to be moving through the middle, and there's going to be the supply rebuild on the main base supply. There is this other dock that's a little bit further away. USA not going to be building on top of it, so it is going to be 3 supply in the south versus the 2 supply in the north, which is a fine opener for Excal. Eventually, he will want to get that 3rd supply up and running, but making sure that he's got that rock-solid foundation, these 2 supplies in the more defensible position on the left side of the map, is a great way to start. As we saw, quad cannons already making their way around the map for Vivid. He's got a good start with the techs. Can he actually blow anything up? He would love to shut down this war factory and stop the death ball from growing any larger, but he's going to go for the supply. It's the easier target to hit, and he gets the guaranteed kill there. That's Combat Chinook chasing down those techs. They're running for the hills, and they make it into the tunnel, but 2 of them get left behind. They get forgotten, and this dozer is in the danger zone with the quad up top, ready to gun him down. Finds the dozer. That's going to be 1 dozer dead, but the other one is still safe behind the war factory there. And the dozer might not actually die here. Tech is going to commit in. Dozer, no, that it's not actually going to be a terror tech. It's going to be a couple of RPGs, so they don't have an instant pop on these Humvees. The RPG troopers will kill the Humvees, but it does take a bit longer than being able to just throw out the terrorists and detonate them immediately on top of the Humvees. Combat Chinook flying over as well, going to help clean up this tunnel network a bit faster with the help of those Humvees. Building gets taken over by the RPG Trooper. Toxin Tractor here as well. Vivid trying to set up a good middle of the map line that the USA dare not cross. But this is a potentially just a losing fight for Vivid. He's up against one of the strongest factions in the game. He's up against one of the strongest players with the strongest faction. So if he can get a win here, it's a huge momentum maker for Vivid in this best of 15. But the expectation is that Excal is going to take it, and it'll be Vivid's turn to take it on the other side of this matchup. However, that being said, it is 7K per minute on the Vivid side of the map, and if he can stop this snowball from growing, if he's got the explosive firepower to make it happen, he might just be able to disrupt the USA plan, and he might just be able to stop him in his tracks. Dozer goes down, 1 dozer left. Technical pays the price, but he's happy to do it. His life for the cause, traded for that dozer, traded for the war factory as well. War Factory coming back up. A little bit more cash spent not on building units, but instead on rebuilding that production infrastructure. Both players still sitting at just a 1-star general rating. No one has ticked over to 2 or even 3 just yet. All right, Chinook moving out, going to clear out the middle of the map. Couple of flashbangs firing off. Quads will get a couple of shots off here. The Chinook is in the danger zone as the combat Chinook will fly away. This is a healthy number of Humvees. They can choose when and where to engage. TerrorTech going to be making it through. The detonations don't. Yes, they do all land. I thought one of them was denied there, but all 3 detonate, and that's another dead supply for the USA player. Both generals ticking over to level 2, and that gives them a little bit more access, but it gives them a little bit closer to that 3-star rating that they're looking for. Bunker breaks the building as those flashbangs may be used to clear out this bunker in a moment, but no, the Rangers back off. They hope to win another day as the combat Chinook returns to the main base and the strategy center is coming online. A bit of a delay here, but when you're just playing the double supply of the USA player, that is what is going to happen. Quad cannons pop out, 4 of them in number, but they're going to back off because the combat Chinook is wary of their presence. Worker will be getting shut down here. GLA has not dug in a particularly strong front line just yet, so the Humvees can potentially still punch through, find some damage, and make something happen on the southern half of the map. Quads pop out. This is a good setup for the GLA player as he has lots of time to prep for this USA incursion, and it just backs off. The Humvees see the rocket buggies, and he knows he's going to have to wait a little bit longer. Strategy center nearly completed. Not quite online just yet, but getting that 3rd supply after the strategy center, that might be the next target. Quads pop out. They grow in number every time we see them. They get a little bit stronger. Rocket buggies are as well. Do mean that these Humvees need to be careful with what engagements they choose to take. The Humvees can become quick targets as a tech gets shut down on the left side of the map. Humvees manage to get the kill, the shutdown on everything, and Excal is starting to get to that pain point for the GLA. When you've got 2 Humvee armies, the GLA can struggle to deal with that, and that is exactly what Excal has been slowly building towards this time. Over the course of this game, 8 minutes, nearly 9 minutes, he's starting to build that 2nd Humvee army. There's going to be the supply stash in the middle of the map. Artillery platform hasn't been claimed by either side just yet, and the supply stash should be shut down by Excal. He's going to pick off a couple of technicals, keeping the quads from engaging with that combat Chinook. Tech's going to be borrowing just a little bit of time there as a couple of them take some damage, but most of them do survive. They don't have to engage the Humvees, which is what they don't want to do. And okay, the supply stash gets shut down. Both players cautious of the engagement, not wanting to just head in. As Jarmankel makes his way to the front line, snipe can ring out. Nothing just yet. Rocket buggy ammo has been upgraded. Volley fires off. That's 1 dead Humvee. Jarmankel moving in. Maybe another snipe. Maybe on the hero pilot of this Humvee. Nope. Waits. Bides his time for the current moment. Humvee's pushing a little bit further in. Jarmankel might be revealed here. Combat Chinook moves in. There's the snipe. Humvee down. Carpet bomb on top, almost catches the whole army, disrupts the techs, and gets a quad as well. Everyone else runs for the hills. Very careful, very cautious, long-distance mining of that 3rd supply by the USA player. He's not worried about maximum efficiency here. Spectre gunship going to be crossing the map, looking for the market as the engagement peels off. No one quite willing to commit all in as another Humvee goes down on the periphery there. Humvee getting targeted. Rocket buggies can change the game. Barely, not enough damage to clean up that Humvee, and the black market goes down, but all of the workers are safe. That is a maximum amount of workers on that supply there, as we have now airfield out. King Raptor comes in, gets 2 rocket buggies and goes down. Quad cannon might be able to clean up the pilot as well. Jarmankel gets spotted. There's the snipe. He's going to return fire, but he might just trade his life for it. Tech goes down. Not a lot of terrors inside, and the rocket buggies are now on the front line. As the combat Chinook comes in, everyone is on the line. The menu says GLA forces, and everyone's getting eaten up for lunch. Humvee goes down, but it's now been reclaimed by Excal. Slow and steady. Big win in that last engagement for the USA player. Power plant low on power. Double power plant, no upgrades. It's going to be a 3rd power plant on the way. Production is slowed. Particle cannon has been spotted there. And Excal knows that he's got a momentary opportunity here. He's got a big army advantage if he can play his cards right. But of course, now that we're starting to stack up those generals points, he's not sure how long until he's going to have a demo rebel surprise to worry about. That rebel ambush can end an entire army in an instant, and he knows that Vivid is starting to stack those generals points, but he's not exactly sure where he is. As 2 rocket buggies go down. Once again traded for the King Raptor. Happy to do it as another pilot parachutes down to the ground. The quads managed to clean up a Chinook, and the power is back online. The lights shine brightly for Excal. This first game, so different than a lot of the more chaotic games that we've seen, as both players are just wanting to start this one out with a win, and they're wanting to start this one out with... There's the demo rebel surprise as Vivid ticks over to level 3, and he manages to find a catch on 4 Humvees with the workers. Warthog will strike back, gets a quad, gets a rocket. Little bit of revenge there as Colonel Burton makes his way to the front line. There is going to be some scrap picked up by this quad, and he will now get targeted as the Raptor comes in, and Colonel Burton clears out the workers. The 1-2 punch, because Colonel Burton took the attention of the quad. The King Raptor swooped in, got the kill, got away. Workers on the front line, economy starting to get slowed, but of course the economy is propped up by the markets on the back line. This front line supply is just the bonus for Vivid. Quad cannons on the front line. Spectre gunship in the back line, cleans up another market, flies off to live to fight another day. Still long distance harvesting. Drop zones are up, just 1 so far for the USA player, but he's got that steady income from the long distance mining as well. It may not be maximum efficiency, but with those 2 supplies plus the drop zone, he's looking good. Oil derrick still unclaimed by the GLA. Market, it's fake. It catches the carpet bomb. That's a win for the GLA. Chinook clears out the building. Once again, the building gets knocked down immediately by the GLA as the flashbangs clear out the bunker. It took a while, but we finally got there. Quad cannons have been rebuilt. The army value of Vivid has jumped way up with that demo rebel surprise, the ambush on the army. He has turned the tide. A couple of rocket buggies going to be going down. King Raptors will trade their lives. Humvees looking for the engagement as the pilot takes a couple of shots there. The Humvees rockets are finding their targets. They're striking true. Colonel Burton looking to re-engage, will back off for the current moment. Excal gets the damage, pushes the GLA back just a bit, but the front line keeps moving forward. Less than a minute until the particle cannon is ready to go. Combat cycles come in, another Humvee goes down. Missile defenders find their target, but it's not enough DPS. It's not fast enough from those USA forces. Excal's economy has never really exploded in this game. If he had been allowed to get that 3 supply up, or if he had even not taken as many deaths of his supply centers earlier on in the game, he would have found himself in a much better position. But Excal has been successfully slowed down pretty continuously. Raptor goes down, the Rebel survives. Quad cannons set a trap, they spring it, and the Raptor crashes down as the particle cannon is ready to go, firing off into the south. Finds the market, finds the war factory as well. Supply drop zone, signaling that cash is coming in for the USA player. Building taken over so long ago on the right side of the map. Excal never getting to that critical mass of Humvees that we so often look for. Actually, he did. He got there. He was at that critical mass of Humvees, and then it got one-tapped, and he has not been able to get back to it because his economy has been a bit lackluster. Oil derrick does get captured. There's going to be the supply bonus as he does manage to get a little bit of extra cash before the oil derrick finally will get leveled by the Spectre gunship just in time. Thank you very much and goodbye. Never count Excal out, though. There is many opportunities for him to potentially just drop a carpet bomb across this army and catch the whole thing right from the edge of the map, annihilate the GLA forces, or even if he goes up to 5-star status, if he gets a Moab, if he starts clearing out the army with these one clicks. Raptors come in. Humvees looking for the surround as well. Warthogs over the top. They manage to find the target. They manage to find the tunnel, and the Humvees pretty much all survive, pushing the quads away. That's one dead quad. The second manages to escape. Down into the hole he goes, and he's safe for the current moment. There's going to be the Demo Rebel surprise. He gets 2 for his troubles, and the quads come back out full of life, full of bullets, and ready to share the pain with the USA player. The one tap comes out again, and Excal needs something to deal with these quads. Otherwise, it's going to be lights out yet again. The kiting needs to be good. King Raptor comes in. That's a dead Raptor, but it's a dead quad to follow. No, the quad's still alive, fully stacked, fully heroic, kills a power plant as the buggy goes super deep into enemy territory and pays the price. Vivid wasn't thinking with that one. Double vet quad on the front line. Buggies will get a volley off. Nope, it's only 4 rockets that land. Ambulance blocking some of those shots there as Colonel Burton finds the sneak attack and manages to get 2 buggies before the quads take him down. The strategy center has never been eliminated, so that search and destroy range bonus has been a factor for most of this game. Carpet bomb comes in over the top of the supply. That's a lot of dead workers. Artillery platform now under the control of the GLA, and there's going to be a dead tunnel network, maybe a dead supply stash as well if Excal wants to keep pushing forward. But over the last 10 minutes, Vivid has done a phenomenal job of pushing this front line out. The USA player has to go so deep into the green side of this map before he finally gets to the critical infrastructure. Everything is spread out. Fuel, air bomb, Moab, particle cannon, all of these things are going to have a difficult time actually finding value. Fuel air bomb, unfortunately, wasted on a frontline fake black market, and it can't be upgraded to a real one. Sure enough, it does still cost you a little, but it doesn't cost you a lot. Rockets pop out. King Raptor was maybe a little bit, maybe was hoping the rockets were going to pop out before he fired his missiles. That's a dead Humvee. Jarman Kell on the front line. He sees a couple of vets. Missile defenders as well will pick off a couple as they try and get into that Humvee, and the cargo plane will cross back over the map. Another worker going down. Particle cannon ready to go. What's your target going to be? Black market on the right side, arms dealer in the south, arms dealer in the middle. Particle cannon fires off on top of the palace, on top of that supply center as well. The stash goes down, but not much more than that. Gets the fake black market as well. Gets a couple of workers. They actually just running into the wall of fire as Excal gets some kills for free. But this is the next target. That supply stash in the middle, stealing away those contested resources from the center of the map. That's a real black market, and it does go down. The income is denied from the GLA player, but it's still been a lot of cash on the GLA side, plus 20k over the course of this game. It's a 20-minute game, so that's about an extra $1,000 in the GLA pocket. Last minute or two, it has not been that kind of a ratio. Excal pushing this front line further back. Colonel Burton, you might even want to clear out this artillery platform as well. Fuel air bomb. No, it's a leaflet drop. He's ticked over to level 5 as Excal has the maximum number of points. Leaflet drop only catches a couple of units, not the whole army like he was hoping for. And this is only a couple of Humvees pushing in. King Raptors are coming over the top. The tow missiles fire off, and those Raptors will find one target, maybe another, as one Raptor goes down, but the pilot ejects out just in time, and Colonel Burton lines up the shots. The Humvees fire their missiles, and the supply stash might end up falling here as the workers will have nowhere to deposit their resources locally. And at the very least, he has denied the current harvesting of this supply center. Goodbye to another supply stash on the front line. The USA still long distance harvesting these resources on the right. That supply dock has been available for most of the game, but it is running low. Another demo cycle ends up going down, and there's another supply stash not that far away, so shutting down one doesn't slow the economy by that much. RD platform finds a shot. Another combat cycle moving out, looking for the Humvees. Won't find it just yet. Cargo plane crosses over. Firebase in the middle, looking for a little bit of a further out defense. USA is so tightly packed along the edge there. Tunnel network goes down. Humvees looking for the engage. Raptors come in. They're hunting those rocket buggies, and they find them. Combat cycle as well. That's trading 2 for 1 as double rockets go down, but only a single Humvee falls in the exchange. Combat cycle coming in, looking for the dozer, looking for the fire base. Won't find either. Gets the dozer. Nice cash back, as well as the workers looking for the ramp. Demo Rebel Surprise finally fires off on a building instead of the army, and maybe that's the moment that Excal was waiting for. Carpet bomb on the tunnel network. Not going to let anyone escape that way. Humvees pushing forward. Elite Humvee on the front line. Gets sniped. Pilot into the next Humvee. Gets sniped, but it's going to be quads pushing in for the engagement. Ambo on the front line. Combat cycles moving in, looking for the catch, and they get almost everything. Vivid finds another fantastic engagement, but it costs him dearly. His own army expended at great cost. He knocks down the USA forces, but every time he takes some damage back. Combat cycle pushing in. Another denial there. Humvee does end up going down there. Another Humvee cleaned up. This airfield and that supply drop zone, the fact that they didn't go down is massive for Excal. Spectre gunship going to be firing off. Particle cannon as well on the front line. Gonna burn down the supply stash, go for the tunnel network as well, and it's gonna be something else getting knocked down, perhaps another market, but no. It's going to have to be a Raptor strike to finish off that stash on the front line. Does he actually want to go for it? Humvees moving forward. Chinooks as well. Raptors watching their back. They're on Overwatch as the tunnel takes the damage. The Raptor goes down. Quads find the angle. Worker's going to get gunned down. Humvee hoping to be a hero while the Chinook's long distance harvest from behind. Cycles moving forward. Ambo looking to join. Humvees will be able to get the snipe. Easy to kill that combat cycle on the front line. Second one coming in. Choose your target, the quads or the detonation. And they find the demo cycle. They get the quad as well. Might as well get them both as Colonel Burton is looking to take down the artillery platform. Finds the target. Missile defenders eject out, and the GG comes through. Vivid, with nothing left in the army supply, taps out. The Humvees break open the front line, and the one clicks from USA are just too good. And of course, Vivid is looking for his revenge from on high. He's going to bring the rockets down. He's going to bring them to bear upon the GLA demo in the south, upon the purple Excal. Excal making 6 World Series in a row. The finals, I should say, of the World Series. If you're familiar with Kane's Wrath, he's kind of like Bike Rush. If you're familiar with Brood War, he's kind of like Flash. StarCraft 2, maybe he's a bit like Serral. Age of Empires 2, maybe he's a bit like Hera. And if you're a League of Legends degenerate, Excal is basically Faker. So there's your comparisons there. He's not unbeatable, But he's kind of unbeatable with Air Force. As we saw that last game, Vivid had an amazing setup, knocking down the economy, the infrastructure of Excal 1, 2, 3, 4 times, knocking it down again and again and again. But Excal, he's not playing the quick game, he's playing the winning game. He doesn't care if it takes 15 minutes or 25. He's willing to play it out as slow and as carefully as needed to get the win that actually matters. And in that case, I thought Vivid had tipped the scales at a couple of different points, and it's like, okay, the snowball is starting to roll, and now Vivid is going to be able to take over the game. And every single time, the kiting was perfect from Excal. The response was perfect. The demo's coming in. Can Excal find a key detonation? The barracks will go down. It may not be the biggest target that Excal was looking for, but that might also just be the first domino to fall. Tunnel Network's coming up. This one on the right side is what I'm concerned about here for Vivid. These other ones, he's going to have an eye on. Vivid is going to have an idea about, but you have to remember in the first couple of minutes of the game, these players are playing without a mini-map, without radar, so everything that we get to see, they don't, and they don't even have the little guide in the bottom left-hand corner to help them out. That's one of the things that makes Excal's defense so darn good, and what makes these attacks so hard to deal with as the War Factory goes up in smoke and the tech hides behind the supply pile just to be annoying. That first domino to fall. Vivid manages to hold out for 25 minutes with Demo, but he's now got to turn the tide and bring the pain. That's another barracks going down. I hope you don't like your rock Vs, just the Vs. No rock inside. No rock involved. Tunnel Network back door. The Humvees are out in the middle of the map. They're not actually going back to defend against this. This is going to be a full-on proper back door because he's got so little to deal with it. Okay, the Dozer did finally notice. The Dozer gets the crush, and the Tunnel Network is dealt with. Okay. One crisis at a time, folks. One crisis at a time as the Dozer escapes. The Firebase gets the shots, and the demo doesn't come through. Well, maybe I spoke too early. Who's inside? It's RPGs. Say hello to the rockets that are flying towards your face. The barracks may be the next target, and the combat Chinook, or the Dozer Chinook, is going to run for the hills as the Humvees press in on the other side of the map, and those RPGs are looking to finish off that barracks, deny any Rangers from being produced, deny any real damage from coming out there. As the Humvees move in, the GLA will cross map and look for the kill in the USA base. It might be a short one after a 25-minute back and forth. These guys are looking to finish it out a bit sooner this time. Dozers have been deployed around the map. They're at least still both safe as the Humvees clear out the purple side of the map. The Dozer may also be dropped here, and then we may just sort of restart. So keep an eye on the resources tab in the bottom. We want to make sure that we've got enough cash to restart ourselves because Vivid has only got $1,000 in the bank, and these techs are just slowly but surely working away at these buildings. And the techs with the guns, they can't be zapped away by those Chinooks. $5 grand in the bank for Excal. That's a pretty healthy amount to have under his control. Rangers probably don't have the capture upgrade, so they can't necessarily go for those oil derricks to try and save Vivid in this case. If they do have the capture upgrade, then that's great because the oil derrick can always be a potential comeback mechanic for the USA player. Power is about to go offline for Vivid. Not that he has a lot to go off of, but he is going to have to rebuild that at some point if he wants to get himself back up to full strength production. Techs working through. They're just going to drive on top of this firebase. Missile defenders inside as well. Get a couple of shots off there as another tech goes sky high. And the combat Chinook is here to save the day. The techs can't do anything about it. Hero, super tech, who cares? Because they all die the same to the power of the combat Chinook unless they just outrun the combat Chinook. And there's going to be the supply in the north for the GLA. As the missile defenders come out, they get one-tapped, but the combat Chinook chases down everything else. Goodbye to the techs as he finds them there. Worker run, or no, Humvees run over that demo trap or run near it and then end up killing off the worker next to the demo trap as well. Arms dealer has been found out and the workers are being closed in on. Vivid doesn't have any dozers left, but it's only 4 workers on the side of Excal, so he may be in the same situation. And Excal has been defeated. The GG comes out and Vivid seals the deal. It was dicey there, but he manages to close the gap and add his own point to the board. And that takes us on to Tiny Tactics for map number 2, kicking off the first tiebreaker of this series, hopefully first of many, as we have on the left side playing the China Infantry. This is Excal. And of course, give it up for the green China nuke. It's almost a China mirror here on the right side. This is Vivid. Vivid and Excal. I love to see the even matchup here at the beginning. If it was an 8-0, we would all be disappointed. And an 8-1 isn't much better, but at least we would have that 1 point on the board for one of these players. We got a couple of ace matches earlier in the tournament, but these later rounds we have not had as many ace matches, as certainly as many as I would like, but as many as I was hoping for. I was hoping, you know, quarterfinals, semifinals, somewhere, or even bronze match, we were going to be having an ace match. And maybe the grand finals can finally deliver us our late stage ace match. And who knows, maybe we'll have another even trade of 1-to-1 on the map score with the China nuke versus the China Infantry. War Factory coming up in the middle. Barracks on the high ground. Vivid looking for the early capture of those oil derricks in the south. Outpost moving out, going to be finding that dragon tank, and that attack outpost has some extra rockets inside of it, so he will do the bonus damage versus this dragon tank. Driving into the firewall a little bit there, but will be enough DPS to survive it. The attack outposts can seat like 8 units or something. It's some ridiculous number of units compared to the much less number of units that can fit inside of a listening outpost. And so the DPS of an attack outpost can sometimes just be ridiculous. Like when you're hunting supply trucks or dozers, as Excal is very good at doing. Excal, a dozer hunter, and sometimes that is just how he wins, is hunting the other guy's dozers. Not so in this game thus far. Excal sitting on 3 dozers, Vivid sitting on 2. Helix is now up. Supply trucks getting targeted. Oil refinery going to be captured there by Vivid. And the early aggression from Excal, it's finding some damage, but maybe not quite as much as he was hoping. We'll see if the round 2 with the outposts in the south, or if that dragon tank can finally find some big damage, as this Helix might actually end up paying the price. The damage comes out, it's good, but the Gat tank will clean everything else up, trade its life for all but one of those tank hunters, and then the dragon tank gets spotted, caught, and killed by that Helix. So the Bunker Licks does manage to tag both sides of the attack and shut them down, but Excal isn't stopping. Another dragon tank going down. Behind this, Excal is trying to take more and more of the map over, trying to find more and more of those contested resources to take for himself. War Factory in the north, supply stash or supply center in the middle of the map, as well as one on the high ground. Minigunners finding a little bit of damage there against these Helixes. Tank Hunter's going to get ejected out, and eventually the Helix will go down. The trucks get the crush, and everything gets cleaned up. It does open up this front door a little bit here as the Dragon Tanks get traded versus those bunkers, and the Tank Hunters and maybe even a minigun are going to be clearing out the units in the south there as Excal finds some success and some damage against his opponent. Vivid doing the exact same thing. Both players with some early trades in this game. We'll see if it ends up just favoring Excal overall, or if Vivid is able to really make this work. Dragon Tank goes down. And just looking at the minimap, it feels like every minute that goes by, Excal is swallowing more and more of that map. Firewall going to be coming up. We have seen this be a fairly effective deterrent, but in this case, the attack outpost just drives right through it, and he will eventually find that Helix and a second Dragon Tank. The follow-up will be enough to shut down the Tank Hunters. The GAT surely will do the damage that actually gets the kills. These Tank Hunters actually won't stop. That double vet Tank Hunter survives that engagement. The Helix, the Dragon, and the GAT all going down one after the other. But finally, the Flame Tank in the north, he busts through the armor, at least initially. The supply goes down, and more Dragons making their way out. It's going to be a bit of a cross-map scenario as an Overlord steps out. Overlord goes down almost immediately. Now these Tank Hunters and the Minigunner are on top of this prop center as well, so the tech can be annihilated if this push keeps up from Excal. Going to load inside of the attack outpost, trying to get the shutdown on this prop center, and might have to eject out right at the last second there. Everybody gets forced out by the death of the attack outpost, and the ECM can't shut down the infantry, so the prop center goes down. The tech falls, and Vivid loses his ability to produce those overlords. He had the one, he had his fun, and now it's all done as Excal keeps the pressure up. But is he going to bleed himself out, sending these units one at a time into Vivid's base? Sometimes it only takes one critical strike to make it through your opponent's armor to basically win the game from there on out. Whether that's a Dragon Tank or an outpost, either one could potentially find that damage. As the Overlord moves back through the middle, he did manage to get out a second Overlord, or maybe he managed to get out a second prop center, not just yet. So there was a second Overlord. It is a Speaker Tower Overlord, as he's going to be boosting up his friends, helping them survive a little bit longer versus the attack outposts. And of course, that oil refinery is also there benefiting Vivid. But as soon as one attack is done, Black Lotus is ready to move in on the south side. Double oil derrick on the side of Excal, 13k per minute. So as long as he doesn't let this army cross the map and devastate him, then he will be able to find the damage over time. If you are up basically double your opponent's army, or double your opponent's income, you can just win the war of attrition. As the dozer goes down, Vivid finds himself at 95% on the command center when both of his dozers get crushed, as the artillery barrage lands as well, and Excal gets a resounding victory in game number 3. Can he dominate with the infantry? Looking for his reset here on Tiny Tactics, hoping to go 1-1 once again. This is Vivid, rocking that China infantry. Meanwhile, on the other side, of course, playing the nuke. Let's see how he does with all of this radiation. This is Excal. Excal opens up 3 dozers. The double dozer kill against Vivid is sort of what did Vivid in that last game. He was bleeding out. Ooh. Clears out some mines with the supply truck, you could say. Vivid was perhaps bleeding out versus the continuous attacks of Excal, but losing both of the dozers. One of them he lost a bit earlier on, and then the next one got caught. The last one got caught in that carpet bomb, as you saw. In this case, Excal will have 3 dozers, and you probably did also notice there is a supply crate at the beginning of this game, so you get that little 2.5k boost right at the start of the game. It does make affording that extra dozer a bit easier. You got the 1k for the dozer, and then you still have a 1.5k up where you would be in a normal game. So you get a bonus dozer, you know, basically for free there. unless your opponent goes ultra aggressive. We'll see if it works out, because both players have opened up with the triple dozer build, and this supply center on the high ground won't be lasting long. Helix will come in. That's one dead dozer on the side of Excal. Oil derricks captured nice and early for Excal, and the bunker is up as well. Airfield first. There's going to be the war factory, and that is a pretty delayed war factory, but it is going to be two war factories pretty darn close to each other in terms of timing. But of course, we saw the airfield coming up first there on the low ground. Very, very early Helix, very, very early Bunkerlix. Now out on the field, roaming around, manages to snipe down one of the attack outposts, and Vivid, looking for his revenge, will end up losing that Dragon Tank there on the front line, and the Dozer might get hunted as well. We're going to find ourselves in a 2-2 Dozer situation with perhaps a couple of dead supply trucks. There's the Dozer, but the minigunner chases away that Bunkerlix. Dragon Tank moving forward. Dozer will be perhaps running for the hills. Dragon Tank is going for the barracks. The minigunner is going to be gunning down the tank hunters on the other side of the map. Helix flies around, manages to find a bit of damage, playing defense, playing guard dog against Vivid's forces. But this attack outpost has made it through the armor of Excal and is pushing around these supply trucks. That's going to be 3 dead supply trucks in just a moment. Supply truck moves in, manages to get close, but not enough to actually go for any crushes, as another supply truck will come online and be targeted immediately. This might be a 4th dead supply truck, as Vivid finding a bit of damage here. He doesn't get the helixes, but he does get the supply trucks. 2 dozers on each side of the map as the Dragon Tank moves forward. If he could get the kill on this War Factor, that would be a huge amount of experience, but double Helix is here and ready to go. Speaker Tower and also a Bunkerlix there on the front line. Dragon Tank going to try and defend against the Dragon Tanks, and this War Factory won't be sold off in time, so the experience will just go over to Vivid, and one of the Helixes does end up going down. Excal has been defeated. The push down the front door is too tough to stop as Vivid gets his 2nd win, and Excal is defeated in the reverse on Tiny Tactics. And that sends us to the desert battleground of Vendetta. He's able to even things up. He's once again armed with the miniguns, playing the China Infantry. This is Vivid! And I hope you like the mirror matchups, because this one's as true as it gets. Also armed with miniguns, playing the China Infantry. This is Excal! Excal versus Vivid, and we're all tied up 2-2. You couldn't ask for a better opening score. That first game was all about slowing down, making sure the defense is tight, and these last 3 games in a row have all been about aggressive pace. We've certainly found the pace in these last couple of games with short, aggressive pushes that just never end, and they bring the end of the game. Excal loves himself a mirror matchup. All things being equal, historically, Excal is going to win. It doesn't mean it's true today. He lost in the finals last year. He lost in the finals in 2020, and he can lose here in the finals in 2025. Vivid will have this first Dragon Tank to deal with. Of course, in the middle of the map, Vivid has his own forces moving forward. Bunker will be able to find a couple of shots against this Dragon Tank, and eventually it will go down. Vivid looking to put out his own damage as the attack outpost pushes in for Excal. Meanwhile, on the south side of the map, tank hunters are all going to be getting shut down, and that Dragon Tank is so close to going down, but he does manage to survive. Attack outpost goes deep for Excal, and he will get on top of the supply trucks, going in and camping that supply. War Factory could be getting shut down. I think the attack outpost is in time, but no, he drives far away, and that's going to be a dead War Factory. The experience going over to Vivid. Excal gets a couple of kills there, but he loses his War Factory in the south. That might be difficult to bounce back from. Never count Excal out as he's looking to shut down this supply stash, and he will get the kill with the bombs. Minigunner will get burned down. We'll see if the detonations are enough, but that's going to be 3 or 4 bombs from the tank hunters, and it's not enough. The first one did a big chunk of damage. The other 2, not much to write home about, as 50% of the HP survives on that supply center. MiGs are out in force. They take a couple of shots. They go down. The attack outpost goes down, but Excal loses his own as well. Excal's tank hunter is going to be pushing forward, and the airfield maybe gets spotted here by Excal. He's going for the bomb plant once again, hoping 5 will be enough to knock down that power plant, as the Dragon tank takes a lot of damage, but will be able to move back for the repairs. Reactor survives. MiGs come in. That's going to be a dead dozer, it looks like, as we're down to just 1 on the side of Vivid, building this airfield in the back of the base. We have found the pace indeed with these games. Non-stop action. MiGs fly directly over top of the Dragon tank. They decide, oh no, they are going to go for it. They committed for the attack. It's nice and safe. They get the kill on the Flamer, no problem. Bunkers being taken up around the map. That's a lot of cash in this. I guess it's not a lot of cash, because it's cheaper to get an advanced troop crawler or whatever than it is to build 8 minigunners alone. So you do end up finding yourself in a good situation if you can afford it, but still 2,400 is nothing to sneeze at early game. We'll see if the value comes out from these minigunners. Troop crawlers going to be crossing each other in the middle. And that's a lot of dead minigunners in the firestorm. No, it doesn't ignite, so the minigunners will mostly survive. Half of them, at least, do survive. Supplies from the middle of the map being stolen away a bit by Excal, which is why he's ticking over to the 9K per minute mark. MiG will find a strike, goes for the forward minigunner, so he gets the maximum amount of damage, the maximum amount of burn. War Factory coming up. Command Center already online for Vivid. So we did spend that cash perhaps a little bit early. Prop Center on the way up for Excal. Minigunners on the left. Double bunker here for Excal. That's a dead dozer. As the second MiG comes in, that's a dead dozer. Second MiG strike is what actually finishes it off. MiGs in the sky for Excal. Both players going heavy into these assault troop crawlers, going to look for those angles in. Minigunners will be able to clean up one of the troop crawlers. A couple of minigunners inside of it as well. Black Lotus out on the field for Excal, looking for those oil derrick captures. Excal pushing forward, looking for the incursion. MiGs will return fire, and that's going to be a bunch of dead minigunners on both sides as a MiG goes down. But Black Lotus, at the very least, gets both oil derricks, gets the capture on those resources as well. The bonus from the capture of those resources. MiGs finding 2 supply trucks, going to slow down the economy of Vivid by that much more. 10K per minute is going to be boosted even further now that Excal has both of those oil derricks under his control. Black Lotus makes it through enemy front lines, and Excal may be able to force the sell-off of the command center or some other key piece of infrastructure. Bunker will eventually burn down. Tank hunters and minigunners inside. That's going to be Black Napalm on the side of Excal as he manages to get the kill on most of the minigunners there on the front line. Excal, while he's taking damage on the left side, is trying to dive deep into enemy territory. Attack outpost will immediately get jumped on, but the real target might be this War Factory. Minigunners pushing in. Excal trying to shut down this bunker on the left side. He wasn't able to do it. The dozer is still there building away, and the attack outpost may eventually go down. The Dragon Tank may be what cleans up these minigunners as the MiGs move in. A couple of them will go down. 3 of the 4 MiGs get annihilated, and those minigunners manage to trade back as much value as they can. Black Lotus going to be taking advantage of the distraction and says, hello, I'd like some cash. I'd like to deduct it from your bank account and take it into my bank account. There it goes, down to 1,700 for just a moment as Black Lotus steals a bit of cash away from Vivid and deposits it into Excal's account. GG comes out as the slow crush surrounds Vivid. He taps out, and Excal gets the first win of this mirror matchup. And I mean, that's sort of what we might expect. Excal getting the win, Vivid putting up a good fight, and now it's time to change, but not really, as of course we've got the same mirror matchup, we've got the same, well, not quite the same spawns, but everything is more or less the same, and it was the slow crush of Excal, or the slow crush of Vivid by Excal, as Excal got the contested supplies, put consistent pressure on Vivid, and that consistent pressure meant that Vivid was playing defensively in the north rather than offensively. Vivid lost the opportunity to take this supply, lost the opportunity to take both of these oil derricks, and then of course had a Black Lotus running around in his main base, causing havoc. One thing leading to another, and perhaps it was the earlier MiGs from Excal that helped him get the ball rolling, but it was that consistent pressure everywhere on the map that ends up getting Excal the win. Attack Outpost finds the kill against this Dragon Tank. We'll be able to outrange it, we'll be able to out DPS it, but the follow-up, can Excal get the catch? Nope. Attack Outpost is going to kind of run away off to the left here for Vivid. Excal, on the other hand, looking to hunt some supply trucks. Both players looking to slow down the economy of their opponent. Barracks coming up there in the north for Excal, and Vivid might be losing a couple of supply trucks here. Minigunner packed along with this fight. Supply truck coming in for the crush. Meanwhile, on the north side, supply truck's going to be going down as Vivid finds a bit of damage. And once again, Excal is trying to defend in virtually the exact same way that Vivid just defended against Excal's attack. Tank Hunters will go down. Minigunner makes short work of them. But on the south side, actually, these 3 Tank Hunters plus the Minigunner have survived, which means they're going to find that extra bit of damage. Attack Outpost finds the Dozer, gets the slow on that airfield, forces the cancel, and it's red alert as all of the Tank Hunters close in, and this Attack Outpost is gunning for that Dozer. It's a dead Dozer on the side of Excal. That's a red 0 in the Dozer category. You're hunting Dozers, but he ends up getting hunted. Excal loses all of his Dozers, and he has got to make it happen with just what you see right here. And while it is possible, it is difficult, as every moment that goes on, it's going to get harder and harder for Excal. He needs to do some big damage with those Tank Hunters in the south. He needs to keep up the pressure and not stop the attack, and that is exactly what we see as he cleans up these forces in the north. Excal puts a bit of pressure on these supply truck. He doesn't go for the crush. Vivid just loses a 3rd supply truck there, but Vivid doesn't have the supply in the middle of the map. I thought he had actually built up the supply there, but it's just a bunker and a barracks. There's no airfield even over there to go for some MiGs to try and disrupt the army that way. Excal does have to defend against these attack posts moving deep into his base, but he is putting pressure on the other side of the map. If Excal can knock down this war factory, then the dead Dozers don't mean much at all. Excal might actually be able to overwhelm the front line here. Okay, the Dragon Tank comes out, and that firewall is massive for Vivid. Catches 3, 4, 5 of the tank hunters with that firewall, and the entire attack gets shut down. Excal will get the kill on the supply in the south, can go for the reactor after that to try and slow Vivid down even more. Vivid still trying to run around the back of Excal's base. Every building is irreplaceable here for Excal. If he loses the barracks, say goodnight to any kind. He saves it! With that little HP, with all of the units bearing down on him, Excal saves it, but he is low power mode, so he has slow production on top of that. Vivid also has low power mode. He also has slow production, but Vivid can at least rebuild the reactor, and Excal never can. So if Excal wants to get his lights back on, he's going to have to sell off one of those barracks. And, well, no, he has to sell off everything because he's got 0 reactors, so he's got 0 power. So he will be low power until the end of the game, which might be a bit sooner than he was hoping. Hero Minigunner ends up going down, hands his veterancy over to the side of Vivid, and Excal is looking for perhaps one final push. Minigunner goes for the kill. The Dragon Tank goes down as the Minigunner goes heroic, and you never count Excal out, because even when it looks like he shouldn't win, he keeps on pushing. He keeps on going. And if you ever give a bit of give a bit of slack, if you ever give Excal an inch, he will take a mile. Bunker gets busted at the front line. A lot of the mines going down as well. Supply trucks maybe have to go for the crush here. Are they just going to run for it? They do try to run for it, but it doesn't even matter as the GG comes out and Vivid has been defeated. Excal loses his dozers and it just doesn't matter. He still gets the win. Mirror matchups are Excal's specialty for a reason. And we're finally back here. We're finally on Blue Hole once again. This map basically got permanently banned versus Excal and Marakar in the later stages of the tournament because they are macro masters on it. But here we see it coming out to play once again, playing the China Infantry, hoping for the win. This is Vivid. He is going up against the Master of Macro, playing the China Vanilla. This is Excal. I guess you're just glad that you're not going up against Excal as a USA faction or a GLA faction here on Blue Hole, because Excal can just take over the map. And of course, you never want to play against Excal's Rock Vs because his kiting and his micro are just so good. And also as USA, he can take over the map. Both of those factions he will dominate on Blue Hole. But a China almost mirror, this is maybe one of the best setups that Vivid could have asked for. If you have to play Blue Hole against Excal, which is a tough thing to do regardless. But if you have to do it, this is probably the best setup that you could have asked for. And that does not by any means mean that this is like a guaranteed 1-1 map or anything like that, because you never count Excal out. But this is one of the best setups that Vivid could have asked for, and we'll see what he's able to do with it. China Infantry versus China. Flame tank in the middle. Massive firewalls have been set up on this map before. Just this zone defense where you just set up no-go zones everywhere you possibly can, and you look to hem in your opponent that way. Double War Factory now going to be coming up. The double barracks is already online as Vivid pushes in with these dragon tanks. Going to be a red guard crossing on the other side of the map, going for the scout for Excal. And Excal has also gone for a lot of captures behind this. So if he is able to get just a ton of oil derricks, he might just win out, even if he loses some of these early game skirmishes, because his economy might just be absolutely insane. Dragon tanks moving in. Vivid starting to find some of the angles into Excal's base. Vivid also good in that bunker there on the left side of the map, pushing past the front line defenses, hoping to find a good angle in with this outpost, as that's going to be another bunker captured there by Vivid, and this is going to be a dead reactor. Excal is about to be low power mode. He starts up a backup reactor before the first one goes down, but he's going to be losing this war factory as well. This is exactly how Vivid wanted this game to play out. It is going basically perfectly here for the green China infantry. Maybe there's a couple of things that could be going a bit better, but for the beginning, this is as good as you can ask for, just about. And Excal, he's going to be thinking about the next game. He's going to be thinking about the reverse of this, because the GG comes out and Vivid puts a point on the board. But of course, now he has to play the reverse versus Excal's infantry general. You see, that map score doesn't look that crazy anymore. 3-4 is a lot better looking than like 5-2, which is what we were about to be seeing. And of course, Vivid, he's had his fun as the China infantry, but now he gets to play the China vanilla side of the matchup. And if he manages to win this, that would be an amazing comeback here with a 1-2 punch after Excal wins the double China infantry on Vendetta, then Blue Hole Vivid takes both of them. That would be an amazing, like, game maker in terms of the mental game for Vivid. That would be a huge confidence booster for him coming into this. He does not want that repeat of the 2023 finals where he lost to Excal. And when Excal starts putting those points on the board, the momentum can build and the mental of the opponent can break. But Vivid rallies, puts another point on the board, doesn't let the snowball keep rolling, and he does push back against Excal. Excal managing to win the double China infantry, and if he can get another win here, then I think he'll have basically a perfect record as China infantry, and we'll see what Vivid does differently to defend against the attack outposts, to defend against all of the attacks coming in from Excal's China infantry. Gat gonna get caught here in the middle. Dragon tank will get the kill there. Attack outpost didn't actually get the kill on this dragon tank. They should get the kill now. Okay, there we go. The dragon tank does a little bit of damage to the war factory, but Excal might just have enough DPS to burn down this war factory. It's gonna be close. Okay, 25% HP. The war factory does survive. Dozer gets to work basically immediately repairing that, but this is now going to be 3 attack outposts in synchronization moving through the middle of the map, and they are going to crush everything in their way. We'll see how the Gats and the Tank Hunters manage to hold out. Dragon Tank here in the south going to be going for the kill on the oil derricks as well. So Vivid has more problems to worry about, but he can expect those Dragon Tanks to be spreading around the map from Excal. Ooh, no, that's just 2 red guard. Oh, well. I thought maybe Vivid had managed to sneak a couple of units out. Tank Hunter's gonna just demolish those Gat tanks. And, well, it's gonna eventually clear out the Tank Hunters. But, of course, on the left side, there is going to be another attack outpost making its way through the defenses. The Dragon Tank cleans out that bunker, cleans out the Tank Hunters of Vivid. Those green guys just don't last very long versus Excal, but he gets into the bunker. Vivid actually takes control of that bunker, and he's going to be forcing Excal to just bomb out that oil derrick, and that is as good as he can hope for. Dragon Tank makes it through the armor, and this is almost certainly going to be a dead war factory this time. The DPS is good from Vivid, but it's just not fast enough. Excal starting to bust through the armor, but not completely. He hasn't broken Vivid just yet, as Vivid has the airfield up, has the war factory, and the second war factory is coming online. Plus, a lot of the oil derricks were captured very, very early on for Vivid, and he still has control of a couple of them. They're sort of going down pretty quickly. Double red guard going to be stopping whatever was headed up the hill there for Excal. Dragon Tank will be hunted here by Excal as Vivid is pushing across the map much more than Excal was ever able to do when he was playing the China vanilla on the other side of this matchup. Propaganda Center going to be coming up here for Excal, and Vivid with this early oil derrick play and the better defense ends up just holding off on the attacks for now, and now he's got a bunker licks out as well. Makes dealing with those tank hunters, or dealing with the dragon tanks, excuse me, a lot easier. The tank hunters inside of the attack outpost still do pose a problem, but the dragon tanks can't shoot up, and the bunker licks is perfect at dealing with them. Vivid finding the momentum here in game number 8. He might just even things up as this Propaganda Center has virtually no defense around it. The Dozer as well having no defense around it, as there is one Dozer remaining here for Excal as the second one ends up going down. That Propaganda Helix is just taking damage from those tank hunters and will be a wasted unit just about as the Dragon Tank makes it through the defense. Vivid finding so many openings here in Excal's defense, and he's going to burn down both of these war factories if the Dragon Tanks go through. There's the first one, and the second one is basically unopposed as this Helix has opened up the map for Vivid. He has found so much damage in the minute or two since that Helix came out onto the field. Double war factory dead, oil derrick on the high ground being captured. It's Vivid's game to lose. He's going to win both sides of this matchup, even up the score. The GG comes out. Excal falls on Bluehole 0-2. The snowfall will continue here on Pipeline Problems. Oops, I mean Snowy Drought, which is the name here in 0 Hour. But we have an even game in our hands. We finally don't have a mirror matchup, and we have the return of the purple GLA vanilla in the north. This is Excal! And coming off of 2 fantastic wins in a row, looking good, playing China Nuke, going for a fast airfield, it's Fast Boy Vivid. He's ready to be top dog. If he wins here, he misses the worker there. Where is he going with the supply truck? The early airfield has been predicted. It has been sought out by the Stinger site of Excal. So perfectly done here. And the airfield does finish up. Excal gets scouted by the supply truck of Vivid, and Vivid trying to go for the kill on the workers, trying to disrupt the supply lines of Excal, and he's not going to be able to do it. This working truck has just gone for a bit of a scout, found a couple of angles in. Technical is going to drop off a couple of RPGs and avoid the mines perfectly. Any more RPGs, any more terrorists, as these trucks better run for the hills. They're gonna find themselves with a quick, short trip underground. No! The technical doesn't manage to get a kill. The worker pops out. The 5th seat, or I guess the 4th seat, was taken by that worker. Supply truck's going to be getting cleaned up there, and the worker will eventually go down. Vanilla GLA, no easy stealthy options there as the supply truck going in for the crush, and the supply truck will eventually go down to the 1 RPG trooper, but he got the job done versus the other RPG trooper. More tech's going to be looking to cross the map. Quads as well. The pressure is building here for Excal. He just lost 2 games in a row. He didn't get to show good macro on Bluehole. He didn't get to win his way, and now he is going to turn things around. If it's the only thing he does, he will keep up the pace. He will keep up the aggression. Quads end up pushing down the pushing away the Helix. I thought it did go down, but no, it survives, and it almost gets the hero super tech, which will survive the fight. The quad goes down, though, to the nuclear battlemaster. That guy is down to like 10% HP, but he did survive the fist fight with the quad cannon. 0 Hour is the only game where an anti-air light vehicle can have like a pretty tight fight with a main battle tank where you're like, ooh, which one's gonna win? Did he get a good angle? Any other RTS game, the main battle tank wins that fight like 99 times out of 100. In this game, it's like, I don't know, main battle tank might lose versus this pickup truck from 1844, as that was a good year for pickup trucks. The Toyota Tacoma was an amazing truck that year, and that is what, of course, the GLA uses, as Excal is putting the pressure on Vivid, and Vivid is starting to crumble. Double quad cannon on top of this Helix. Double Helix will fall to the ground. He's got 2 propellers. He's going to need 2 gravestones as well, 1 for each propeller, as this tech goes for the kill and might even die, paying the ultimate price. And the nuclear battlemaster ends up surviving. The pressure is mounting. Vivid is crumbling, but he gets out the prop center, he gets out the tanks, and maybe he can get out a counterattack as well. On the other side of the map, the technical looking for a bit of damage will end up falling, and RPG troopers will just chase down this battlemaster, and this might actually be nothing. This is a combat cycle going for the capture deep in enemy territory, as this one battlemaster is going for the crush. Detonation, goodbye, as it's a double detonation, the TNT first, and then the nuclear battlemaster after that, because of course they do detonate themselves at the end of their lives. Radiation won't be needed as Black Lotus comes out onto the map for Vivid. He took some early damage, but he has not crumbled, and he is keeping up the pace with these nuclear battlemasters being so quick to cross the map. RPGs pop out. That's a dead Dozer. The Dozer hunt is alive and well, but the Dozer is there in the bottom. Black Lotus perhaps revealing herself as she captures the oil derrick and goes for that nuclear battlemaster. Completely shuts down that supply line as the tech goes deep into enemy territory. That's 2 dead Dozers in less than a minute, as this propaganda center will be the next target for the hero super tech. He may not be a hero yet, but he is a super tech, and it looks like the radiation will knock down those tank hunters, those RPG troopers rather. Black Lotus gets both buildings. Prop center is low on health. 0 Dozers means every building that goes down is down permanently, and that is now a hero super tech for only a moment, as the Overlord finishes, or the Battlemaster finishes him off, and the second Overlord is produced, the last Overlord that will ever be produced by the China nuke in this game. Double Overlord on the front line. Excal kind of just has to weather the storm. He's building lots of tunnel networks, lots of defense, and Jarman Kell as well. Every second that goes on, it gets harder for Vivid to win the game. Maybe not impossible, but it gets harder every second that goes on. Jarman Kell shows up. Here's the snipe on the Overlord. Or I guess he could snipe the ECM if he really wanted to. And the Overlords drive right past Jarman Kell. And will he get the snipe as the Overlords move into position? RPG troopers are good, and that's going to be a GAT upgrade on the far Overlord, so that's not the one that ends up getting targeted by Jarman Kell. The lucky timing there, but there is now an Overlord on the GLA side. He's painted purple, and he's fighting for the cause as the rockets come out from the battle bus, firing at the random debris that shows up. And now Excal has an Overlord on his side. There is no propaganda center. Jarman Kell is still roaming the map, perhaps even looking for Black Lotus, looking to snipe her. Okay, she's roaming through the middle of the map. She hasn't been killed off just yet. Helix and Battlemaster on the left side of the map going to be shutting down that tunnel network. but there's more and more tunnel networks waiting. Stinger site here at the left side expansion. Markets starting to come up as well. Both players with their oil derricks, with their oil refineries, cheaper vehicle production, plus the basically 1K per minute that the oil derrick provides. Things are looking good if your name is Excal. Battle buses are out in force. 2 of them here on the front line. Going to pick up a little bit of scrap from that Battle Master. Turns out the Battle Master isn't a master of battling the bus. The bus may have to stop every couple of minutes, may have to wait at railroad crossings, but the rockets that come out from the battle bus are worth the price. Who cares if you have to stop at railroad crossings from now until the end of time? As something gets canceled there, but another Stinger site coming up in the middle of the map. And Excal is drawing a line across the map. There is one gap here on the left, but as soon as you get past the gap, you realize that it's just more Stinger sites and more tunnel networks, as this is going to be triple Helix, triple Battlemaster heading in, quad cannons pop out, the Overlord as well with the propaganda tower upgrade. This is going to be a lot of dead Helixes on the front line as the GG comes out. Vivid has been defeated, and Excal puts a point on the board. Dozer hunting is the name of the game, and that is how Excal won game number 9. Snipe a dozer, win a game. Sometimes it is sort of as easy as that. Of course, playing against Vivid or Excal at this level, not so easy regardless. But sniping the dozer does make it a lot easier to finish out the game. And of course, Excal won't really have that luxury this time, because sniping the GLA dozers is incredibly difficult to do. Although I guess you could, in theory, do it. As long as they've got a supply stash left over, then, and a couple of bucks in their bank, then they will be fine. But, you know, you could slow down their tunnel networks, you could slow down all of their production for a while, and that would be a nice advantage. But as I said, Excal, he's not going to win through the dozer hunting this time. The builder units, the worker units, those are not going to be his primary concern. He's going to have to win with China Nuke versus the GLA Vanilla. He's going to have to do a better job of protecting his own dozers than Vivid did. Vivid with another opportunity to even up the score, take us back to an even state, and not let the snowball start rolling. Early Battlemasters out on the field, but they are just defensive at the current moment. Couple more TNTs do show up. One detonation there on top of a Battlemaster, a couple of RPG troopers as well. Doesn't end up finding anything with them just yet. There's a tunnel network there on the left side, so we may have some more surprises headed our way. Can the terrorists actually do the big damage? No scrap deny there, so the tech does pick it up. Dozer looks exposed out in the open here, but the Battlemasters are nearby to go for the defense. And the Dozer survives with just a bit of HP. He's going to take a couple of extra shots, and there he still is alive. That tech goes in deep, finds the damage, but it's not enough. The Dozer survives for at least a little while longer as another technical comes in, perhaps with a couple of terrorists inside. One Dozer is over there on the left. Maybe it's just RPGs inside, going for the supply truck hunt, as there is going to be another barracks coming up to defend this Dozer and lock down that position on the right side. Supply trucks moving in. Dozer has finished the job. China has grown larger, and that is all that a Dozer really wants at the end of the day. Battlemaster here on the left side. Eventually he will spot these units, might even get the kill on that tech, and the RPG troopers are going to try and get the revenge for their friend. But the radiation, it burns hot, and it knocks down those 2 RPG troopers as the quad cannon gives chase and will let that tech go, or let that tank go. There's the tech. Final kill. Scrap deny comes in as well. Bunker gets canceled there by the shot from the tech. Double mines. I guess it's just single mines? What are these mines doing over here? Is that propaganda center mines, but the rest of them are blocked? Either way, mine's defending that propaganda center with the dozer there as well. Excal has said, I'm going to play with that dozer in the corner, and there's nothing you can do to stop me. This tank is just going to try and get on top of the quads. He goes up close and personal. That's going to be one dead quad. Nope, no dead quads. As they hang out in the radiation, they get caught on that RPG trooper. Everyone is low on health, but nobody actually dies. And with the propaganda center here, the command center is now going to be the next target for Excal to build. Construction is online, and he will at the very least get his CC up and running as long as he can keep the GLA focus in the north. Overlord steps out onto the field. Where's Jarman Kell for the snipe? We don't see him just yet because the palace is only 35% complete. Tunnel network on the other side of the map kind of revealing itself. That cluster of 3 tunnel networks have been ignored for the current moment. These terrorists better find an angle in on these tanks. They get the ECM, so the RPGs will not be deflected for the current moment. But this is a GAT Overlord and a speaker tower Overlord, so that's a powerful combination. Has a lot of DPS, has a lot of sustain, can clean up infantry fairly well as well. So the ECM deflecting those rockets, not as important when you do have the Overlords with the repair, with the GAT on top as well. And this is possibly going to be like double upgraded repair here, as we've got the Overlords moving out, we've got the repair bay as well, and Excal just feels like he is taking over this map. He's up 10k total resources gathered over his opponent, nearly 40k in the bank for Excal over the course of this game, almost 30k for Vivid. And Vivid is starting to draw that battle line here on the right side of the map, but he is going to be missing a supply. He should be on 3 supply, maybe with the oil derrick as well, but instead he's going to be on 2 supply, and he's just lost all of his tunnel networks in the bottom left-hand corner of the map. Excal puts a point on the board and looking to finish the job with a 2-0 here on Snowy Drought. He's up to his 3-star rating. He's got his CC online, so the carpet bomb is right on cue. Going to be crossing the map and looking for the kill. Artillery platform on the side of Excal as well. Battle bus steps out, maybe a little bit too far as the shot rings out, and this is going to be a dead supply, and that's going to be a lot of dead rebels as well as they head into the stratosphere. Gonna high-five the space station as they come crashing back down. The ECM puts 1 quad cannon to sleep and says, go to bed. It's your bedtime, and you are not going to wake up anytime soon. Artillery shots come out over top of this army, helping to clean up those tunnel networks. And the shot from Jarman Kell, we heard the snipe land earlier, but with all of these Red Guard packed along with the army, it doesn't matter. Jarman Kell taking damage from the firewall as he heads into the tunnel network, and the battle buses get a couple of kills here, but there's just so much army from the China. These battle buses are going to have to kite perfectly, and they just can't do it. One battle bus goes down into the tunnel, goes the other battle bus, and Jarman Kell snipes again, but the Red Guard is on top of the tank, not fast enough as Jarman Kell lands a second shot to snipe the Red Guard, but the GG comes out, the front line will not hold, and Vivid falls 0-2 on Snowy Drought. And that sends us to the map Oxygen for game number 11. In the south, playing the China Vanilla. He needs your energy. This is Vivid! Not only because he just lost those last 2 games, but also because he's going up against the USA Air Force. He is looking strong, playing his favorite faction. It's Excal. Oh boy, China Vanilla versus USA Air Force. The best thing about this is that Vivid gets to play both sides of this matchup. It is winnable from the China side. We have seen it happen in the past, but one thing that I did mention in, I think it was in the bronze match, I said something like, if you're up against a USA player, you have to assume that you have a spy drone over top of your base for the first minute or two of the game until you can clear it out. We'll just say there is no spy drone because USA Air Force is a very special general. He does have lots of cool abilities and powers. Humvee heading out early, sees the bunker, but will just dive past it onto the dozer. Even if the Humvee ends up going down, he got the kill that he wanted. He's not even willing to kill the bunker. He's just going for the oil derrick to deny the capture of the oil derrick, to deny that potential income as this Gatling tank will cross the map, look for a bit of damage onto the Chinooks. Barrels explode, and the barrels help the Humvee kill off that Gatling tank a bit quicker. Red Guard is here. Capture upgrade has already been purchased here by Vivid, so he is looking to take some of these early neutral tech structures, the oil derricks, maybe the artillery platform, maybe the oil refinery, and put them on his side of the game. Early economy could be a way for the China to take down the USA Air Force, but one oil derrick already taken over. Excal is not interested in capturing buildings. Chinooks will be actually forced away from the front lines, and they're even going to be brought over. Is this just for the laser zaps? Okay, yes, it is just for the Humvees to be able to break the bunker. And they don't even care about breaking the bunker. They just go for the kill on that oil derrick. Dozer does end up going down, so both players are actually down to one single dozer. But, well, guess what? One of these guys has a strategy center on the way. And, well, the good thing about USA Air Force is the strategy center doesn't just give you search and destroy as the barrels get ignited once again. Gatling tank crosses the map, does a bit of damage, but ultimately ends up getting caught and killed by those Humvees. And here we go. That's a level 1 general power crossing the map here as this carpet bomb comes in directly across the airfield. Dozer does go for the immediate rebuild of the airfield. It's a nice attempt there by Vivid, but it gets caught. You get that strategy center, and assuming you've spent the general point on the carpet bombing upgrade, on the support power, then you get the stealth, you get the whole map reveal. Okay, not whole map, but you get basically the whole map revealed from the, like, spy satellite or whatever from the strategy center, and then you also get the carpet bomb. So it's a 1-2 punch. You get the vision hack, and you get to click one target and just delete it from the map. War Factory also takes a little bit of damage there, ends up surviving. It will just be that airfield that bears the brunt of the attack. And that's why, one of the many reasons, why air is so powerful. And it does, it's a little bit difficult here for Vivid that he's going up against Excal's air here on Oxygen, but of course he will get to play the airfield, Air Force side of the map as well. And okay, no, that's not the reset on the carpet bomb. This is just a combat Chinook going dozer hunting as well, looking for the airfield. As the MiGs get off the deck, they go deep for the Humvees, but it doesn't even matter because their airfield is getting shut down after both of the dozers get sniped, and the combat Chinook may end up going down to the Gat, but no, he kills the Gat tank as well. The Gatling tank doesn't even get the kill on the combat Chinook as the Black Napalm upgrade has been purchased. Vivid he's got to do something. I mean, the clock is ticking here as, oh, even the oil derrick in the corner got cleaned up by those Humvees. The oil refinery there hasn't been captured. MiG will fall. No helixes here for the China player. No MiGs. No hope of support powers. It's all turning upside down for Vivid here in game number 11. Excal can still be overwhelmed here, but as we've said many times in the past, as I've said many times in this series even, the clock is ticking and the game gets harder for every minute that goes on. Vivid has a more difficult situation. The reset on the carpet bomb is 2 or 3 minutes. Maybe it's 2.5 minutes that you have to wait for the next carpet bomb. So we're not, I don't think we're quite there yet, but like the clock is ticking, and actually the command center is coming up as well. So as the general's powers come in here for Excal, there's going to be even more advantage as the game goes on longer. Barrels do explode. Firebase is here to help lock down these Gatling tanks, as one Gatling tank trying to make it deep into enemy territory, trying to go for the kill on the Chinooks. Hammer Humvees find all of the damage here as Gatling tanks get lit up. That attention was absorbed by the Firebase. The Gatling tanks burn down the Firebase, but at what cost? Everything else ends up going down, and Excal has gone for a second general's point, so he can either go for Pathfinders or he can harbor those points. He can hold them until he ticks over to level 3. Gat will get a kill on a Chinook here, drive away some of the economy of Excal. Excal doesn't need a particularly robust economy when he has as efficient as a force as you see on the map. Missile defenders getting the laser lock. Gatling tank will end up dying. A couple of troop crawlers roaming around the map looking for a bit of damage, but the shots rain out as the flashbangs and the snipers find the kills on all of the China infantry units. Red Guard, tank hunters, they all fall in quick order to the shots from the USA. Excal is leaving nothing up to chance. He is not moving out of his base for basically any reason. He's playing very defensively, and he is not taking any unnecessary risks. He knows the longer this game goes on, the better it is for him. Even losing a couple of Chinooks, as long as he's got the dozer, he's got the command center, as long as he's got the army, he can survive the night. That barracks will not be rebuilt. Vivid's attacks just got a little bit more difficult as the GG comes out. Vivid knows that the writing was on the wall, and Excal puts his 7th point on the board and moves into match point position here in the finals of the World Series. He can make no more mistakes. His back is against the wall, playing the USA Air Force in the north. That is Vivid. And in the south, he is on match point for the rest of this series. He's playing purple. He's looking good doing it. This is Excal, looking for yet another World Series title. The dozer builds the supply center there. It is supply barracks as the opening, and it's going to be the airfield after that. So War Factory was the choice for Vivid. Airfield is the choice for Excal. Barracks and War Factory for Vivid are tightly clustered, so he's going to get those Rock Vs up and running basically as quickly as possible. 2 supply opening for the USA. Dozers splitting up. They're heading forward on the map. One on the far right, one near the middle. And okay, that's a spy drone. We have the ignoring of the carpet bomb. Vivid is not going for the strategy center to be able to carpet bomb. He goes for the spy drone, which is a curious choice indeed. I guess it's not a bad one. He's still playing USA Air Force, and he's going for either a Patriot missile over here on the right, or he's looking to deny any kind of Red Guard from going for the capture. Humvee moves in, sees the Helix, sees the dozer, and the supply trucks will go hunting. A little bit wary of those mines, but he realizes there are no mines around at least the supply center, and he will be able to dive on the dozer as well. He thinks it's worth the risk, and one dozer is dead as this Humvee will go past any kind of defense on the front line. Missile defenders pop out, laser lock comes in, but the Gatlix gets the cleanup. Gatlix gets the kill on the Humvee as well, and that's a dead spy drone. Trades in his early general point, his first one for the spy drone ability, and he does not get the carpet bomb. Instead, the spy drone gets sniped there at about the 2.5 minute mark. One dozer has survived, going for a second War Factory as well. So double War Factory on the right side of the map for the China. Laser lock comes in. This surely is going to be a dead Helix. The Gatlix is an expensive unit with that Gat upgrade. it does end up going down. Even with the minigun chewing through the missile defenders, they still get the kill as Vivid finds a bit of damage here against Excal. Through the middle of the map goes Excal. Lots of infantry, a Gatling tank as well. MiGs might just be getting shut down. Nope, they get off the deck before the Humvee shows up. Still no mines here for Vivid to worry about. You can see he force fired the ground a little bit there just to confirm that there weren't no mines. So that's a good unit control by Vivid. Good awareness, good sense by Vivid, but he drives into mines there. He didn't realize they'd been purchased by the airfield. And a little bit of a trap laid by Excal gets the kill on the Humvee. Red Guard pushing forward. That's going to be a firebase denied. Humvee's getting a bit of a surround here, and this troop transport is going to be useless as the Red Guard get gunned down. Tank hunters won't be able to fire a single shot that lands because everything gets zapped out of midair by those Chinooks. The comeback can start right here, right now for Vivid as he runs right back into that firestorm. The MiG lands a shot. It doesn't actually ignite the firestorm, but the damage over time burns down one of the Humvees. The others do manage to escape. That's just a pilot still hanging out from the dead Humvee from earlier. Not another Humvee going deep into enemy territory. MiGs come in. They do actually go for the building, not for the Humvee, as they're looking to kill off that missile defender. He gets inside of the building. Another MiG strike comes out. Very active MiGs from Excal. Very consistent bombing runs. He seems to always have one off the deck, going for a strike against the USA, trying to shut down those Humvees, trying to stop the death ball from rolling. A forgotten Humvee on the right side by Vivid ends up dying to the Red Guard. Double oiled air capture may be denied by these Humvees. We'll see if they're fast enough to rush past the Red Guard on the front line. One Humvee will pay the price there as a MiG strike comes in. Double MiG strike, double Humvee, 3 Humvees in total. The count isn't growing. As the Red Guard clear out the building, they manage to dislodge that missile defender, and the oil derrick is basically denied here as one isn't captured and the other one is gunned down by the Humvees. Vivid is starting to sew up some of these economic opportunities for Excal. He's starting to shut them down. He's going to sew them up tight and throw them in the sea, send them down to the depths, and make sure that Excal's economy can't get going too fast. That's double Humvee going down. Vivid needs to be more careful with this army. A third Humvee going down. This is 6 Humvees in the last minute or two that have been eliminated. That's a lot of Vivid's army just eliminated without much value gotten by the USA, but he's up to a 2-star general, so now he's got a carpet bomb to activate onto the front line. He goes deep with it. MiGs are here. The airfield will be the target. Gets the supply trucks as well. That's an amazing carpet bomb as search and destroy has been initiated. Comes over the top, and now he's got that range advantage as well. Not a lot of rockets inside of these Rockvies, mostly just Humvees that are empty. Avenger is here, so these MiGs will pay the price. Lots of Humvees taking some damage there, but 3 MiGs go down, and they've got nowhere to land as at least one Humvee goes down there. No ammo on the front line for those repairs out on the field. Firebase coming up. Love this from Vivid. If he could get a couple of firebases up, it helps lock down those sections of the map. It helps absorb the attacks of the China player. We saw that for Excal in the last game, working to Excal's advantage, I should say, as the Gat tanks dealt with the firebase. Excal's Humvees swung in and cleared everything else up. Chinook goes down. Excal continuing to put pressure out onto the map, going to grab the oil derrick, going to grab the artillery platform as well on the right side of the map. The consistent pressure from Excal cannot be ignored. Double Gat going deep into enemy territory, looking for a dozer, looking to deny this CC from coming up. No additional support powers, just the carpet bomb. If the CC doesn't come online, you've got limited abilities that you can activate as the USA player. or I guess as any faction, but that's a dead dozer. Denied at 96%. There is still one dozer somewhere on the map for Vivid, so he's still in this game. He can finish up. Don't drive onto the mines as the Avengers laser light up that supply center, and the Humvees mostly back off. They take a little bit of damage from the mines, but not much at all, so it's not a big problem for Vivid. He is up to that critical mass, and the dozer will finish off that command center. Security has been found here for Vivid. As he now has that command center, he's ticked over to level 3. He is stabilizing here as another wave of attacks comes in from Excal. The Gatling tanks find a bit of damage there, snipe a couple of Chinooks, slow down the economy, and Excal, he's up to 9k per minute. Avengers are going to make sure that those MiGs pay the price. Another MiG goes down on exit. 3 MiGs traded in that exchange. The economy for Vivid isn't particularly strong. Excal is up 25k total resources gathered, but it almost doesn't matter as long as this army stays alive. As long as Excal cannot cross the map, Spectre gunship is going to go for the oiled air. Could also potentially go for the airfield. I don't think he'll have the time to get both targets, but he might be able to get a little bit of damage into that airfield. Not really anything to write home about. Warthogs could also come online now that Vivid is a 4-star general. I really don't know how much value he's getting out of those spy drones when he has these other USA abilities to see into the fog of war. I'm not sure how much of an advantage that spy drone upgrade for the general point was worth. You get a limited number of promotion points in the game, and you want to spend them wisely, and I'm not sure that spending them on the spy drone as the USA Air Force was the best choice there. Would have liked to have an extra, even Pathfinders would have been a better option there as the artillery platform survives this first volley of rockets from the Rockvies. Avengers here on the front line, they snipe those MiGs out of the sky. Artillery barrage going to be firing off. The target is, I have to assume, strategy center for the China player. Excal can shut down that range advantage that the USA has and also potentially delay any further carpet bombs. No, the carpet bomb was called in just in time. Strategy center will be knocked down, but the carpet bomb will come over top of the army. Catch a couple of units here. Bunker gets busted. Dozer goes down. It doesn't matter all that much because the CC is already up and running. Humvees move in. This could be the big fight for Vivid that wins him this game. MiGs come in. That's a lot of MiGs as the firestorm gets laid across all of the Humvees. The USA forces get lit up, and this artillery platform fires shot after shot, doing the bonus damage for this Gatling tank army to knock down some of those Humvees. Get inside that minimum range of fire to take no more shots from that artillery platform. Okay, one more shot for good measure. Dozer heads up to the high ground, and the MiGs have refueled, rearmed. They're ready for round 2, and they light up those retreating Humvees. It's a big fire on the ground as the firestorm ignites over the Vs, and suddenly, in the course of 90 seconds, the army value of the Air Force player goes from nearly 20k down to 3k on the field. Excal finds the damage again and again. Carpet bomb over top on the power plant, on the war factory, on the Humvee. The barracks goes down. The supply center gets eliminated as well. ECMs and the GAT tanks on the left side, but it's the power of the MiGs. It's the air control from the China versus the Air Force of Vivid that is getting overwhelmed time and time again. Air superiority belongs to the purple, not to the USA, as the Spectre gunship will cross the map. Look for that airfield. Look for one of the airfield. Look for some of the MiGs, but there's 2 more airfields on the left side of the map, the propaganda center as well. The round continues on as the MiGs come in. ECM and a Gatling tank through the front door, back door, more ECMs, more Gat tanks as they put the Humvees to sleep. Good night and sayonara as the MiGs are still over top, providing overwatch as the War Factory comes up. A proxy position 13 minutes into the game. The Warthog finds a couple of kills here, and Vivid is fighting for his life, not only in this game, but in this tournament as the sleep comes in. Two Humvees go to bed, and they dream not sweet dreams, but nightmares of Excal crushing through the front door of this USA base. Proxy War Factory comes up, and the production is online as the GG comes out, and Vivid has been defeated. Your World Series champion is Excal. An enormous thank you to all of the folks who put this awesome event together, to Oxygen and AKA Baloney, to Antipro, Calibro, and all of the folks who donated to the more than $25,000 prize pool. Another huge congratulations to Excal for taking another World Series title. Vivid putting on an awesome performance all throughout the tournament, crushing every opponent in his path right up to Excal, and just like in 2023, he will take second to Excal. Another silver medal for Vivid, an impressive performance nonetheless. Huge thank you to Exile for customizing the 0 Hour HUD for me. Huge thank you to Doublevil and to Drive for the BattleScry overlay. Doublevil crushing it on the short-term turnaround to get this overlay up and running so I could cast the World Series. Huge thanks to Jazz and Phoenix for being part of the organization team over on GameReplays.org to make this event happen. Huge thanks to MP3 and CNCHD for organizing and uploading a ton of replays to the GameReplays.org replay section. Thank you all very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it, and this is Sybert signing out.